The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone.
Choose your destiny.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Thank you, God, for this day. We have lived everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us, allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen.
Really, I'ma get that bitch. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She took my son, now my soul is cold. He took my daddy, now my soul is old. Yeah. Woke up.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Doing what we do 3 to 4 nights a week. King Chaka ENT. From the
She
back
starts
seat.
shooting.
Ow!
That dude was like, ow.
What was that?
Outside the car,
That nigga
deputies'
got
body
popped.
cameras capturing the bullets flying through the air.
We got shots fired
couldn't
up
have been
here.
a straight
We need
shot. It had
backup
to be-
immediately. Start
Are you-
EMS. Start EMS.
What
We got a
the fuck?
civilian. We got a civilian hit.
The deputy.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. Calendar year in review today. So I figure, well, I wanted to talk about some religion stuff, and then I also wanted to go over like the videos that got the most views without ads, and do like a recap of the show. Before I go into that though, I wanted to say like one thing that's been on my mind because and then I'm gonna lighten up after that and try not to mention this kind of stuff for the rest of the show. But it's like the issue of racism, because I had a short conversation with someone at work, and I don't remember how it got to the point where I said, well, racism does exist. It is a real thing. And the person was like, well, prejudice is real. And I agree that prejudice is real. It's just that, systematic racism is a real thing too. Not only that, the people, sometimes they feel some kind of way about Black people complaining about this, that, and the other. Black people in America, Black Americans, whatever you want to call them, Negroes, Afro, what did they call it? I liked that a lot. That was cool. They should have kept that one. But anyways, I have to ask you. So who who are your grandparents? What were your grandparents' name? Anyone that has a problem with it. So, and then I ask you, who were your great grandparents? What were they named? And your great grandparents, can you look that up? Do you have the pictures on the wall, so forth and so on? But how far back can you go? How far back can you go? And even if you don't have the information from like family members or whatever, is there a place that you can go to look that information up. You know, your lineage, your line, grandmother, grandfather, and back and back. Well, there's a certain a certain group of people here in the States who can only go so far back related to that. And there's a reason for that. Their whole lineage was interrupted by an event, a historical event. Okay. And you want to be like, you can say, okay, well, it was a long time ago or whatever, and it doesn't affect the world today. And I would say that that's not true, because I don't know who my great grandfather or great grandmother was or whatever. I don't know how many greats it needs to be. It's not that many though. And my name, the name that I have, was a name that was given to me, well, to my family line. I don't know what my family's name really was, and maybe I'll never be able to. So then when people get angry when we're talking about reparations, it's like, how could you ever repair that? And it's like, well, we can't. So then it's like, well, just get over it then. Okay, well, we do have to deal with life, and we have to deal with reality. But at the same time, we also have to contend with this searching for who we are. What is our connection to history? What was our family lineage? What was their history? What were they going through? Where am I even from? So, but then I ask you, do you have that? Is that a part of your toolkit in life? To always be on the road of discovering yourself in a way that it's as a result of historical event. I don't know. I probably just pissed everybody off, but I'm trying to be cool about it. What's up, Curtis? How you feel, man?
What up, bro? How you been?
All right, I'm good, bro. You look good. Good to hear from you, man.
Always a pleasure. You see, I got my favorite colors going, so I'm good, bro. It's the start of the year, 23.
Yep. It's
been all
almost. I'm good. It's almost that time too. Like they're popping fireworks and stuff outside. It's a few minutes away.
Where I am, they're already doing it.
Yeah. Yep. Year in 2000. What are we going into 2023? Right.
Yeah.
So then you have to reflect on 2022 and the things you went through and the decisions that you made.
Yeah.
And then you also have to think about trying to do better in 2023, because it doesn't matter who you are out there. It's like, you could have done better. So then you look at your mistakes. I think that's your opportunities. Those are your greatest opportunities, are the things that you failed at, the things that you didn't do well, But even the things that you do well, those things can be improved too.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah.
You're essential, man. You gotta have morals and your own morals and your own pro codes. And I'm not saying take them from other people. I'm saying, dude, they have to be yours. You have to create them yourself, man. A lot of people don't know what's really going on out here, bro. A lot of people, and like I just saw that, and it's like I'm not trying to be a a-hole or anything, because I'm working on that. I'm not trying to be a douchebag, but there's a lot of people who have no damn idea, and I didn't recognize that. Like they have no damn idea.
Like,
and I'm not talking about me.
I know what you mean, and completely clueless, and they don't know that they're clueless. That's the thing. So it's like
they don't know it. Yes, it makes the job a little bit harder, bro. A little bit harder.
And you can't necessarily completely fault them for that. You know what I mean?
No, you can't. You can't.
Easy on them.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know what they don't know. And it's like what they say. You don't know what you're missing. It's like we're missing a lot. each one of us, all of us, don't know what we're missing. There's always something that we're missing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Facts.
in that area, I like to think about quality of life. You know,
Yeah.
how can you have a more quality of life? Because the way people think all the time is about how much money you make, and it's like increasing your amount of income doesn't necessarily increase your quality of life.
Hey man, I noticed something that I learned that women don't think like that.
Yeah.
That's just men.
Mm.
I'm sorry to tell you, like for real, men don't. It's not well, not unless they're trying to rob you. Because like I got friends who have money and I have friends who don't have money, but they still are my friends. And those are the ones who stuck around when I went through what I went through. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
for women, it's how much money you have, and unless they find okay, I love you. Unless they find that I love you spot, it
It's
don't
what can
exist.
it's like, what can you do for me?
Yeah,
What have you done for me
exactly.
lately?
And there's a full blown game on how that's played, and I didn't recognize that before. But man, that's real. That's real, bro.
Yeah. So
Like,
the
good
other side,
lord.
I have to say that decreasing your income or decreasing the amount of, let's say, wealth you have doesn't necessarily lessen your quality of life either. So what I'm trying to say is how much income you have or how much wealth you have doesn't necessarily correlate to quality of life.
Well,
Quality of
yeah.
life and income are not necessarily
Okay.
correlated.
With that said, yeah. Okay. For a certain instance, that is true. For a certain instance, that is true. But there's a reason why you only meet rich people, and most of them are very quiet and they don't speak to people. There's a reason for that. You never saw that before?
I have witnessed that before. I the restaurant that I work in, it's mostly people who are ridiculously ridiculously wealthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, hold on. Well, why are they always quiet? Shouldn't you be trying to help these people? No, there's a reason that they don't. Like for real. Like there's a reason that they don't. Because they don't know who you are.
Yeah.
They have no idea who you are, bro.
So
Because you can play at niceness. You can play at niceness and totally destroy somebody, especially if you're a woman. Women get away with a lot of stuff, bro.
yeah. So what I wanted to say was reflecting on 2022 going into 2023, I think a good
Mm,
focus would be on quality of life and looking at your life in
it is.
2022 and trying to find ways to increase or improve your quality of life for 2023. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
Um, and then going back to what you were saying, like some of these jobs, the really more high end jobs, whenever
Mm,
you are, you do interviews, you do an interview and quality of life always comes up in those, in those circles when they're starting a new job. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? But people on the lower end, the job is life, if that makes any sense. Like quality of
Yeah.
life isn't necessarily what's on their mind, you don't have a conversation within the meeting with your employer about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this doesn't come up. It's like, do you have all of the qualifications, or do you have all the things that you need to do the job? Can I rely on you to show up and do the job? Like, these are the conversations. But like I'm saying, if you're in a higher end job, you do have a conversation related, to quality of life. So,
Yeah.
well, it trains us low at the lower end that quality of life doesn't really matter, just make money, and you're not thinking about your quality of life. How is the life that you're living? You know?
Yeah.
Happy New Year's.
You know?
You hear fireworks?
Yeah. They're going off like crazy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
with these questions, I'm not like attacking anyone. I don't think, you know, I'm not. That's not my
You're not,
intention.
bro. It's called a state of mind. And like I said, I I don't have anything bad to say, but it's called a state of mind. You haven't said anything negative. That's very building. So I'm really tired of people who don't understand that. Like I've existed for years, and it's like, hold on, but I mean, people are flipping. And it's like, hold on, like, and then it's like, what I did was I started asking, like, what did I do to you? And like, because you're gonna remember the bad parts. Like, if I did something, you're gonna remember that. And the rest of it is like they come up with brand new stories. I'm like, oh shit, no, these are maps and shit. And I'm not playing that goddamn game. I'm just not. You can play those goddamn maps, but I ain't gonna be there. Go ahead, that's you. Well,
Happy
hopefully
New
you
Year's,
own it.
fellas.
What's up? What's going
Happy
on,
New
Pat?
Year's, bro.
And Curtis, that's probably why I'm single. You know, like I just don't have the
Bro,
patience
I
to
just
play.
opened that. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just opened that. I had to explain to my mom. So I was like, oh man, I'll probably be single for the rest of my life. Sadly. Not because I ain't doing it. I was like, no, man, because dude, there was not in this year, there was 9 damn women that I had to throw off. 5 of them I had to put out my damn apartment just by opening the door. Literally just opening the door. I'm like, it's time for you to go. I shit you not. And it's not funny, bro. And it was like, why? Because you're not running my apartment. Or you can't say all this stuff and insult me and look, hell no. No, get out. I'm paying bills here. I'm paying bills here. I run this whole damn spot.
It's the games. It's the games and the lies
Like,
that
good
bother
Lord.
me. Playing games. It's like grown
Yeah, a lot of them play
games. That's crazy to me.
Gee, it's pretty
I don't know.
bad. It's pretty bad, bro.
I don't know what y'all talking about, so I'm just gonna sit back and
Well, just random stuff. Go ahead.
I'm gonna sit back and pretend like I got a blunt.
I think it's all in the females that y'all attract because I think you and Curtis both like a little toxic in y'all life. Y'all are kind of drama freaks.
And then
No, bro, you gotta be highly intelligent.
And then when you get it, then
when y'all get it, and it's overbearing, or the shit gets to you, or you realize this bitch really got the upper hand on you. When you thought you were in control, you like, all right, bitch, it's time to go. Step. Like,
all right, but I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna say nothing crushing. We just starting the year. I promise I won't say anything crushing. But no, that is not me. Like, you gotta be intelligent and just run what you're telling me. You gotta be able to run that. Don't back that on to me like I gotta fix it.
I don't
if
know.
You running that,
I don't know about y'all, but I will say, I'm a married man, and I run across.
Well, then,
I run across good women, like literally, I run across good women all the time, bro.
Yeah,
like,
but you don't know that. That's the face they put on. They real good at that, bro.
So what's the alternative?
I have conversations.
Oh God!
I have like literally, bro. Like I have conversations like with these chicks. Like
I don't want to hear about it, bro. I don't because you're gonna get honest opinions from me, man. I don't want to hear it. I'm not saying that your marriage is bad because I don't have knowledge of it. I don't have knowledge of it, but I don't know what the hell Shaka was doing just then. But shit, man.
What I'm saying is, like, they put on the face, and I get what you're saying, Deuce, and I actually agree with you to a certain extent. Like, I don't like drama, but, experiencing life to its fullest is kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about quality
it's
of
your
life,
experience.
Depending on a person's perspective. So you probably right on the part where it's like wanting to have, I don't know, maybe it means wanting to have too much, you know what I'm saying? Maybe wanting to have your cake and eat it too, and then, or wanting something, and then once you get it, it's not really what you thought it was.
See,
like overthinking it.
I think y'all missed the key point in what he's saying is the women that y'all are attracting, you know, maybe it's not the ones that y'all should be trying to keep around. And then in order to attract something more than what you know, what you want, like you have to be better. You have to be what is allowed to attract that type of woman. So I mean, trying to get
So
somebody and then
hey,
correcting them into what you want is not what it's gonna take. It's gonna
Right.
take more
okay. So let
so.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Correcting
Why is my
yourself.
money good? Why is my money good then? If I'm
Why
not
Money,
what
is
you're
your
looking
money?
for, why's my money good?
but if money
It doesn't
is
have
not,
anything to do with them.
yeah,
It doesn't
yeah,
matter what
You sure?
what. No,
But if
it's
you
about
come,
you.
but if you
You
come
can't
off,
change them.
if you courting a woman and all you flashing is
I
money
don't.
and
I
you
don't court
trying to
women.
whine it, you know, well, let's just say you it's somebody you fucking with, a female you like, and you're taking her to all of these different nice places, and you're doing this and doing that,
Oh shit.
then
Oh shit. Okay.
you really putting yourself out there. You're making the situation about my, as opposed to you have your own place. You know, I can see maybe the first couple of dates, you know, where y'all just trying to break the ice and get to know each other. Maybe y'all go somewhere decent for dinner, but then flip the script. You got your own spot. You know what I'm saying? You know, you get in the kitchen like, hey, look, you know, how about instead of us going somewhere tonight, you know, you come over to my spot. It ain't got to be none of that. Just I want to cook for you. You know, you know, I want us to be able to sit down and chill without anybody else around. You know, and we just have, you know, conversation over dinner. You know, and then you know those intellectual conversations. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, it's not even all about the sex, bro. It's sometimes I want you to stroke me mentally. I want a
Well,
It's
woman
not.
to be
I don't
able
know
to
if it's
fucking do
I
that,
don't know
you
if the
know?
sex is really the problem for them. It's more of
Yeah.
who they're encountering, who that person is, and the exchanges that they're having mentally. Uh, is what it sounds like to me. So I mean, it's uh, it's more like I said. I mean, in order to attract the woman that you really, you know, jive with or that you want to relate to, because a lot of times in our mind we think we're something that we haven't achieved yet. We're still trying to achieve that person, and we sometimes think that we are that, but we just hadn't quite gotten there yet. So that's why we're not attracting something that's higher than what we're attracting.
I get it. I get it.
And
That's why
then, bro,
that's why I'm single. So
and,
I can relate. I understand
and then
very well.
broke or not. And here's the thing, bro. Most real women, the ones that are good women out here, broke or not. You know what I'm saying? If you stroke that woman mentally, if you have good conversation and she sees something in you, and you put forth the effort and you're trying like to better yourself financially, whatever it may be, you know what I'm saying? She gon' if she fuck with you, she gonna fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't shit nobody can say, but it's the fact that when you start being down on yourself or you start lacking because you feel like you're not getting nowhere, when you give up, shit, you know, she only gonna push you so far, and then finally she gonna get fed up and be like, okay, this nigga need to get his shit together, and then I'm stepping. But
Well, it might
uh,
not just be him. I
So
mean, because obviously
with
both
all
of
that said, with all that said, like I said, if I'm looking for a woman, why is my money free? Because that we could have possibly jumped that. But what you're saying, yeah, that's very concrete. Like you have a place to stand in a relationship, coming from a man's point of view. You really do. But that's not what it's really like out here. You know, it's like being single. I've had to go over my own damn numbers. There's been 9 damn women that I've had to just, oh no, you got to go. And then why? Because you don't run me. Like you at least got to be running yourself. It's
well,
like it's not a joke.
well, the
You
only
got to
way
run
to make
yourself
that
first.
different, the only way to make that different, even if it's perception, because you know, even if you are reading her wrong, it's still the growth that's going to happen within you in order to either be able
You
to
didn't hear that question, did you?
huh?
You didn't hear that question. No, continue, man. You
No,
didn't hear the question.
well, no. Well, I'm answering the question, but I'm answering it without being disrespectful.
I'm not asked. That's not what I'm asking you. It's just how like for
How
real.
does the
So my
how
money
does the
is not my
money?
money.
No, your money is your money. See, the thing is that I mean, to me, when I'm involved with a woman, and this is my personal thing, I don't know what you're dealing with, but my money is her money. If we're together like
I
that,
already explained what what
so it
happened.
doesn't matter. So the money doesn't matter. It's more about our interaction with each other. So the interaction that we're having
I'm
together
not using
is conflicting. So if we're conflicted with whatever that's going on, it's a bigger problem than money.
Yeah. Let me cool it off a bit. What's up, Deuce? You Happy New Year. You driving? And what about you, Pat? Where you at?
I am in a little town in North Carolina called Marion.
North
Marion, North
Kakalaki.
Carolina.
Congrats, bro.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm driving, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was.
I did a reset today. Oh, you was
Oh,
what?
okay. I say, yeah, I'm driving today. I missed the last two shows because I was on the road for Christmas, so I got home and yeah, man, my stuff for my son, the biggest, yeah, he like you home, and so yeah, we Xbox.
Yeah, you breaking up. So you were spending time with the little one, playing Xbox and shit.
That's what
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm out on the road Christmas and New Year's, which it's fine. I'm sacrificing this year because it's not gonna happen any other year. I want to be as much of a pagan as I want to be next year.
That's what he was saying in the other show. And the thing is, like New Year's, I don't celebrate this. It's so, I mean, let's talk about it just for a second. I mean, we don't have to go into it, but celebrating the New Year in the middle of winter, it's got to be the weirdest time of the year to choose to, because I guess being that it's a circle, it's a rotation. I guess you could pick any point, right? But picking the middle of
No,
winter,
no, you can't.
I think
And
it's spring when the sun is coming back. That's where I think the
well,
perfect time for the new
well,
year to be.
that is the new year when spring hits, and you can call it April 1st, April 15th, 20th, whenever the actual season changes, whatever you want to call it, because I guess it's based still on that equinox change. But what most people are celebrating in ignorance on January 1st is the fall of man, which the Moors that lost their they lost Spain. They were what was Al Andalus, January 1st,
He's
1491,
not lying.
and that's what.
He said
I
you're not
said you're
lying.
not lying. He couldn't even get it. The fact that I just said he's not lying. What he just said, that was very true.
And
Yeah.
and
He
what
didn't
about
even get
this?
it.
What about this? You know how like they do the fiscal year end? When is that? Because that's not even at this time, right? Is it the end of January? When does the fiscal year end?
I think September or October or something.
Yeah. So we already in the
Well,
new year's quarter for the new
yeah,
year
but at the same time,
of how they count it, because it's about the
we're,
books.
but we got to think about it. America, United States of America, July 4th, that's the beginning of their calendar, right? So July 3rd might be it's because I mean it should be somewhere like that, but who knows? It
I'm
may have
trying to
changed.
remember because I used to get paid salary and I got a bonus every quarter. And we also had to do like the year, because you have to do the calendar year end counts and you have to do the like each quarter, but then you have a year. What is it? It's the quarter year end. I don't know how you call it, but it's a different time of the year, and that's when you count up all of the freaking. That's when the Shit, I don't know what I'm saying, bro. I'm losing it.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going, but I know just the fiscal year. I'm not sure exactly when it is.
I'm talking
I've
about
never really kept up,
the year, man.
but I know that the budget is supposed to be in by September 30th. So I'm
Okay.
assuming the beginning of October or somewhere's roundabouts there should be, where the beginning of the new year is starting, or something,
Yeah,
or the
something like
fiscal year.
that. Yeah, something like that. I wish Doc was here because I know he could clear that up. Let me, Master P, there's a mental health clip. Let me play this, y'all.
Talk to you would be a blessing. You help in so many ways, P. Just want to say thank you, Keem. Your words help. The way you share your life with us is amazing. Thank you from a family of 7. I just want to tell that family, keep your head up, put your trust and faith in God, and you will get over anything. What I'm dealing with, I know that God has a bigger purpose with me. That's why I'm sharing my life experiences with y'all. I'm not perfect. I don't have a perfect family. So I'm going to use this as a teachable moment. The way I go out and deal with my pain and the way I'm turning it into purpose is I have to be around other people. I have to touch other families. Mental illness is real, but we're stronger together. Today a sad day, y'all. I just read that Tyler Sanders, the teenage actor, death was due to fentanyl. And I can relate to that because I lost a daughter the same way. My condolences goes out to that family. I'm getting so many DMs that people are dealing with family issues. I want to read one of y'all. This one says, man, P, I'm going through so much right now. Me and my family and other family opinions and drama. I look forward to seeing your posts and watching how you deal with life. It helps. If I was able to sit down and just talk to you, it would be a blessing. You help in so many ways, P. Just want to say thank you, Keem. Your words help. The way you share your life with us is amazing. Thank you from a family of 7.
So it's like, recently with Master P and his son kind of going at it online, like publicly, was a thing. So that's kind of what they're talking about right here. And the caption, it says, this is Master P's caption. He says, mental illness and substance abuse is destroying families. Let's bring awareness and share our experiences to spread hope and love. You are not alone. We're strong together. Hashtag.
Yeah, look, I actually saw a video with Master P and I forget the guy name. He's a rapper from Florida. He be wearing those gold crowns. I don't know his name. I can't think of his name right now.
Nino Brown.
Nino Brown, yeah. Now I saw that video and it was something that kind of caught me, where I think that he's still, I think Romeo was wrong for handling things the way he did, but at the same time, I think that's a cry out. Not necessarily saying that he's going to try to commit suicide himself, but he's dealing with some mental health issues, like a lot of us do, maybe mildly. And honestly, what P may himself need to do, and that's what I would recommend to him and anybody that might have a similar story. Man, go give your son a hug, man. Talk to him, cause I heard a lot of still hurt in him because of what Romeo said and what he did. But I really believe that at the core, he's hurting. He lost a sister. He maybe not reading everything the way he thought he was, and he said some stupid shit in the public. But regardless, that's your son. And he needs some real wise words to draw him back in so that they can be a strong unit again, a family, where they can do business together, So I really think that Romeo needs a hug, bro.
Well, this is the most recent picture right here. That's them together. And the caption says, Happy New Year 2023. It's all about forgetting the past and looking forward to what lies ahead. Pressing toward the goal. Philippines 3:13. As a parent, I'm growing, taking self-accountability and educating my family and the next generation. Love takes growth and forgiveness. Seek God's first, and everything else will fall into place. At Romeo Miller, and to all of my kids, we got. So Basically, they're hugging in this picture right here. So I guess they made up.
Well, that's definitely. I mean, I'm glad to see that because you know I could tell P was hurt too. You know what I'm saying? All of them hurt, and you know, shit, P need a hug. But you know, but him being the OG, him being the father, you know, sometimes you just gotta, you know, we all get distant in our thoughts and you know, I guess more self-serving. So
And as your
happened to his
kids,
daughter?
she died
his
of
da-
a drug overdose.
yeah,
Okay, man, I had a little cousin that they just buried her last month, man. She in Louisiana, man, 20 years old, 19 or 20, just passed away from a drug overdose, man. You know, and it's crazy. And her cousin, she wasn't my cousin, but her cousin, my cousin's cousin on her father's side, uh, passed away the same way, and they were real close, man. You
man,
know, this shit is
sorry to
bad
hear
out
that.
here, man. The drugs, they lacing this shit with all kind of stuff, man, and it's killing folks, bro.
Well,
Yeah, it's happening a lot, man. I lost one of my cousins this year.
Yeah, man. It's
yeah,
good,
sorry,
man.
sorry to hear
Sorry to
that
hear
one as
that.
well, man.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro. You know.
But I think I mean we're all experiencing things that you know sometimes we're too prideful to speak about, me included, and I think you know we always need somebody, and like I mean when it's getting to a point where like they just, especially when it comes to drugs, they're just trying to free their mind, doing things that think that's gonna numb them or make them feel better, but it usually does not. It
Shaka,
does the opposite.
the only reason I'm not saying anything about that is because I lost my dad, I lost my uncle, I lost I lost two grandmothers, and I lost a lot of people. And I told people about that, and wasn't nobody there for me. When nobody was like, "Oh, well, you cool," or "Hey, just calm down," or anything like that. No, I didn't even get that. That's the only reason I was quiet. Just so you know.
Well,
It's not a stealing of a person.
well,
I'm
with me,
just
no.
I'm a little done with the game. I'm done with
Listen,
the game. I'm not saying that's what y'all was doing, but I'm
well,
saying
listen.
the
Now,
rest of the
now
world
that I know,
plays the game,
now
bro.
listen. Now that I know, because everybody's not really mature enough to really know how to handle situations like that. You know,
Well,
if you're
unfortunately, I
okay, they
am.
don't want to, huh? Well, yeah,
I said,
but I mean, you can't
unfortunately, I
blame.
am.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't blame other people for not having the
I
same
didn't
maturity
blame.
that you have.
What was the first thing
I
I said? Chaka, I'm not
I
blaming you.
I got you, bro. Listen, look, I'm sorry for your losses. And if there's anything that you ever want to talk about, if you don't have my number, call me because I'm willing to talk with you. I know Chaka will be willing to talk to you. And there's time, like I mean, a lot of times people going through so much of their own shit that they may not realize that you know you don't you know when their friends or people close to them are going through some shit. So uh, speaking out to some extent, even like now, I mean. Look, we here for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
you know,
Like
like,
I was saying earlier, I just noticed I noticed a lot, and it's only been 2 months. It's only been 2 months. Like this whole
wow,
full year, everybody, yeah, that's how fast. I know it's a lot, and I was like, damn, well, we working like so. A lot of people can't talk to me about the Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth. Bible. A lot of people can't talk to me about that because you don't have Psalms 83:18 in there, not in your mind. You don't have oh God, what's the exact last chapter of what is
Revelations,
it?
the Bible.
I think it's one of those. Revelations, it is Revelations. Chapter 20, verse 22. You don't have that. Those are very simple. You should understand those. And by no means, because people are always worried about getting attacked and stuff like that. And it's like, damn, well, I've never even included myself in this. And it's like,
So
well, I
what?
say something to make you laugh or something like that. So what?
So Curtis, what were some
Wait, you said so
ways?
what?
Listen, what were some ways that you coped with, your loss? What positive ways
Because
did you?
everybody here is human. People don't understand that. That's very simple to understand. Everybody you see is human. I don't deal with, dude. I don't know if you saw that post, because I had to exit a lot of people out off of Facebook. I changed my number twice within these last 2 months because there's certain people I couldn't talk to. Like it's just over. It's over. Like 100%. It's 100% over. I shit you not. I swear to God. I swear to the creator of these 10 universes that we have no clue. Well, not me. No clue about. You see all the stuff that I held in? And it's like, hold on, wait, you don't get this? If you don't understand that, then you probably should open that book. Because everybody has that damn book, even in different damn relationships. I'm sorry for cursing. I learned I had to stop. I had to stop cursing so much. So that's what I'm not going through it, but I'm just learning. I was like, dang, you can't even curse about this stuff. And it's not at anybody particularly. The thing about it is, you should know that information. You should. This Bible been around for thousands of years, and it's the only thing that humans have. Because other than that, you get to learn from your family, and the rest of everybody that's your damn color. So I don't play that damn game. My dad was a goddamn intelligent damn man. He was hyper intelligent, and he ain't here no more. And he recognized me as being me. I'm the one that's right here to put a boot right in your goddamn ass. That's who I am.
Look, I want to play this. The cousin that passed away was
Jesus
on
Christ.
the show. This is my cousin.
Bobby.
Change your name?
Yeah.
Yeah, you changed the like last name. I think Bobby used to be Bobby X. He used to be with the Nation of Islam.
Well, see, no, I was born in matter of fact, to be honest with you, Chuck, I wasn't even born here. My mother went to Trinidad with my father, who was a lot older than her, because my mother Shirley used to be with the Teamsters and the Black Panther Party. So my brother was already born, and he lived with Dorothy, our grandmother. But I went to Trinidad when my mother was pregnant. She had me in Trinidad and Tobago, well, really on the island called Dominica. I was born to Kambi Abdul Muhammad, but Shirley changed my name to Bobby after her daddy when she brought me back here.
That's crazy. I ain't never heard none of this shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's wild. And so I have like 2 fucking birthdays and births, because in those days in the 70s, because I was born in the 70s, 75, but they didn't allow newborns to fly on the planes coming from there. So they had to change my age to 1970. And I didn't know I was born in 1975 until Resnick showed me he said your parents lying to your dumb ass, boy. You weren't born no goddamn 70. Because he showed me a Polaroid when I was a baby. He said, how the fuck was this Polaroid say 75? You were newborn. How the fuck was you born in 70, you dumb ass? And I'm like, no, you lying. I was born in 70. So I really was born in 1975. Yeah, I'm doing fine, man.
We both came out the same year then. You a Reddit on the Chinese zodiac, so.
When I found out, when I went to get the job at the airline, and when you get the job at the airline, they tell you they have like flight attendants, they have pilots. We all in a room. We got to go through customs. No matter what your job is, you sitting in this big ass like 30, 40 people. They tell you no matter where you committed this crime at, we're gonna find it. So if you done committed a crime, you need to leave now.
Now don't you tell everybody I talk to my customers so nice. Okay?
I won't tell them that. Thank you, ma'am. You too, man. And they tell her, well, I don't give a damn where it was. We will find it and we will arrest you and we will hold you, whoever looking for you. So some people got up, some people didn't. I didn't get up because I didn't think I did shit wrong. Turns out that I had 2 goddamn social security numbers under my fingerprint. So I called. So when they asked, they said, this is when I first came from New York. I got the job at the airline on my way here. I filled out the application in LaGuardia. When I got here, I got the job. So it was Bush Continental at the time. No, it was I think it was Brown Continental at the time. I'm not sure. But I had called. They said, well, you have two social security numbers under your foreign fingerprint. So we need to figure out who the fuck are you? Which one are you? And one for 1975 from a male child born. They found this shit. A male child born in Trinidad and Tobago, and a boy by the name of Bobby Hatton in America for 1970.
That's some crazy shit. You know, I was talking.
Yeah, man. Anyways.
Yeah, I remember that the episode. Oh, Bobby. So what happened to Bobby? He passed?
Yeah, he passed away this past year, earlier this year.
Wow. Needles involved?
No. I out of respect for his family, I don't really want to talk about it, but it's, he's no longer with us.
Gotcha.
So, and I don't know, man. A lot of the deaths, I think, are deaths of despair, A lot of times it be accidents. But when you pushing the edge sometimes, I don't know. That don't necessarily relate to him specifically. I'm just talking in general. Related to us and depression. I wanted to do some recaps of the videos that got the most views this past year. The ones that got the most views without ads. Because I put ads on videos and they show up in the little columns and stuff. And then those get a lot of views. But I want to show the ones that got organic views. Completely organic. So this one was one of the hits. For whatever reason, I don't know why people watch these.
Barbara, thank you. I've represented Madison County in Congress for many years. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Awkward exchange.
When I think about
this freedom based on Roe also continue.
Barbara, thank you. I've represented Madison County in Congress for many years.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. When I think about
this freedom
he's
based
so
on
uncomfortable.
Roe also continue.
Barbara, thank you. I've represented Madison County in Congress for many years.
Why is this person the one making this argument? This person can't have kids.
When I think about
if you transition
based on Roe also continue.
Who transitions?
Barbara, thank you. I've represented Madison County in Congress for many.
He is so uncomfortable. Look at his face.
I don't understand what's going on with this video at all.
I don't even want to talk to this person. Wait, let it play some more. Said, why y'all got this person up here asking me questions? I don't give a damn what their name is. You, he, she. Go ask somebody else a question. I don't care what your name is. He should have apologized that he said the wrong name. He just said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Your name is okay. My bad." Or whatever. They didn't. And I think that's the part where his big pause was right there. He was thinking about a whole bunch of stuff. Like, is this a dude? Is this a woman? Their name is what? his brain was just going. He couldn't get none of that out. So it was just a pause. That's pretty funny, ain't gonna lie. Pence being, because there's a whole.
Okay. Not to give a political.
Well, it was the awkward moment, and this was a random event too on the show because I was just scrolling and came upon that clip, and for whatever reason, when I was editing, I thought that it was a clip, so I clipped it. I never know what the hell people are gonna like or listen to, click on or whatever the hell. It's really, really tough. And we were talking about the titles, and I don't want clickbait titles. But this video got like 400 views, bro. Organic views.
The one that you just finished playing?
Yeah.
You know why?
Go ahead.
Because they're trying to figure out, was there any substance there? Like, what the hell? Like, what? Why am I watching this? It must be something I'm missing. It. Hold on, let me play it back. What did I miss? Like, I'm sitting here with as it was playing, I'm like,
It was it was the moment. Somebody clipped a moment when there was a speech with Pence, and it was an awkward exchange that happened, and it was because of the person that was giving him the question.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I get it now, but what I'm saying is, like, I could see why people played it over and over and over again. Like, one person probably played it at least 7-8 times, just to try to be like, okay, wait a minute, what? Unless they already knew what was going on. So without you saying what you said to me, or what you just said a minute ago, I would have been like still trying to figure out, okay, so what's the point of this video? But you explained it, so I get it. But I mean, does it show you that it's multiple? It just shows a bunch of views. It doesn't say like.
I think I can look at that. I can't remember, bro. I look at a lot of analytics, so my brain, depending on which one it is, because I don't know if YouTube actually does it, but I know I can look at it on one of the other ones, where it tells me like if it was a person that was repeat view in it. Yeah. Yeah. So, but I don't know. I think the internet is mean and ugly. And, it was just my initial reaction to this, to the clip. And I wasn't having no intention of being mean and ugly. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the internet latches on to that kind of stuff. I think that's what happened with that one.
That's very true too. So.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this one. This one did well over 400 views.
That they're doing right now.
What you say? Let me play a little bit of this.
Public display of humility.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit of this. Let me play some of this.
Peace, family. It feels so good outside today in Houston. Kyrie has always been a very solid brother. And I think that we are literally seeing him being lynched just by being factual. And the difference between him and Kanye West is he wasn't trying to offend anybody. He was just trying to put the facts out there. Kanye said he was trying to offend people to provoke thought and to get attention. That's the reality. Holy shit. I'm supposed to be going to goddamn, I'm going the whole fucking wrong way. Oh my God. My man coming to see me. I don't know what I'm about to do. Listen, I'm sorry. I had to get in front of you because I got to bust this U-turn. But y'all, what they're doing to Kyrie is so deplorable. And what Black people need to start doing is really supporting the people to speak out, because what you're watching right now is you're watching America become a communist country. And what I'm saying by that is If you look at China, their media is completely controlled. If you say anything against their leader, they can come for you. We are creating the same dynamic here in America, 3Ks, by allowing them to masquerade around our people when they speak truth and publicly slander them and castrate them so that everyone will look at them and say, well, I can't speak about the Jews. Fuck the Jews. Fuck the Jews. Fuck these crackers. Fuck all of it. Fuck everybody who's oppressing my people. Fuck them. And they can be mad at me. But black people, we have got to start actually moving towards protecting our people, actually moving. When they want to pull some shit like that, we got to all say, fuck the NBA. If we all said, fuck the NBA, I bet you in 3 days' time, Kyrie would be back on the team. But we're not disciplined. I'm sorry, baby. We're not disciplined enough. We don't really give a fuck. We just want to give a fuck online. You know, I'm so sick of our people giving a fuck online. I'm going to make a post. I support. When are you actually going to put your actions towards what you're doing? How many of you guys are actually out here in the streets making your community a better place?
I want to play a little bit of the part.
Dun, 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 nigga.
Yeah.
But she preached to the choir over here because I could give a fuck less about football or basketball.
Same here. And
Yeah, I don't watch none of that.
I wish I could be one of the regular ones that's watching it, so I could be subtracting the views from it. But I already don't give a fuck about it.
You've already subtracted Joe views.
You know?
Yeah. I don't give a fuck. I remember that shit. None of that shit.
Yeah, y'all remember that one? That one did
that
really.
That was just a couple of weeks ago.
It did really well. It's one of the better performing videos, clips that I have.
Yeah.
It's like number 2 behind the last one I played. I'm kind of playing them in order if I'm not tripping because, wait, no, this one got more views than the last one. No, the last one got more views. I don't know. The last those 2 that I just played, the Mike Pence one and this one are the 2 best ones in number of views.
Yeah. That's what's up.
Yeah, what did you think about that clip? You know, why do you think they liked it or whatever?
Well, I mean, because it had some political content that was relevant at the time, and you know, I mean, the video itself had a lot of you know, hype and triggered content, and then maybe even, you know, how we interacted with it. So I mean,
Yeah. Because it had 2 black guys saying, I don't give a fuck about football or basketball. I don't watch that shit. They like, what?
Yeah, it was probably it was a surprise because that's not the stereotypical consensus at all.
Yeah. Oh well, but I mean, you know, I mean, but she's very spot on. That's the part that I really liked about it, because I mean, if we're not careful, if we continue to allow these people that is in power to keep making these little bitty changes to our you know, changing laws to where, like, our constitution won't matter anymore. Like, it will be communist. Like, and then there's too many people who acquiesce. You know, they, you know, just kind of like, whatever. Like, none of the stuff really matters. And then when, you know, you like, well, hold on, the Constitution says, I'll shut the fuck up and sit your ass down, or start smacking your ass around.
Start throwing bananas and tomatoes and shit at you. Like, this guy, he's always talking that political stuff. We're just
Eventually.
We're just trying to enjoy the sports game and have us a cocktail. Leave us alone. We're having a good time. You don't know nothing about fun. You're spoiling the fun.
Man, you know what's crazy, bro? That's like Thursday night. No, maybe it was last night. It was either last night or Thursday night. I was at the crib, you know, and my wife and I were talking to the kids about, you know, our anniversary coming up or whatever. And I have to say, my son is more like me My daughter, on the other hand, I think she has more of her mother's side or traits, her family side or whatever. But anyway, I made a statement. I was like, I just jokingly playing with my daughter. I'm like, so what are you gonna get your mother and I for our anniversary? And she just boldly said, "It ain't my anniversary, it's y'all's." And it's just, just relating to what you and Pat was saying, and it's like me trying to explain to her that, hey, there's children out there that, they actually get their parents anniversary gifts. I'm like, we're laying a solid foundation, showing you in the way that, I mean, we don't hide anything from our children. They know when there's, trouble in paradise. I mean, of course, we don't give them everything because we don't need them stressing and shit like that. But, like they know. And it's like, yeah. And as I'm trying to explain that to my daughter, my wife's like, oh my God, Glenn, she called me by my middle name. Here you go on this whole rant. And I'm like, and I gave her that shit look, like that look like, shut the fuck up. Like, look, because, I'm trying to, I feel like I'm teaching her, like this is a teachable moment, and because you ready for the kids to get out the room and you feel like I'm on another, rant or whatever, you just blow it off. And that's how our people are when it comes down to standing up for each other. Yeah. Just kind of a point to what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, I feel you. That's really complicated right there. There's a lot going on, but I think having someone else to support your anniversary will be a cool thing, as far as like, trying to keep it held together. Like, more, even if you had friends or family who would, I don't know, send messages or send just a,
Oh crap!
Just a, hey, happy anniversary.
I mean, people
out
did
the
those
blue.
too. People did those things back in the day, bro. Like, friends and family. When they knew that there was something going on in your relationship. A couple that they admired, that they held high. People did that. They would throw a little get together. Just to bring people together and sit down and and bring up old memories. And people would give dinner. They would gift each other, different gifts, like, especially like in little tight knit communities like that, they knew it was, such and so anniversary, somebody would bring the mother of the community would bring a cake, or
but
do
with that, I mean
something,
that
and the kids did those things too,
yeah, but
and
that's
that's
more
what
for that's
I,
usually more so for people who are more, I guess, financially successful, because other people, like they're they're looking for a reason to celebrate with their family, and that's just whether it's the an anniversary, a birthday, or whatever. So, I mean, when you're talking about people who don't really have it like that, you're not gonna see that very often in that you know in that
yeah, I
circle.
mean, I get that. For me, I was trying to teach my daughter something in that moment.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm always trying to, teach them, how liberating it is to give unto others, instead of receiving, because they receive so much from us. Like, we overcompensate. You know what I'm saying? Because we're the only ones that truly like get stuff for them, besides my wife's sister and her husband.
Idiots,
Like,
come.
so it's just like, just trying to teach, especially my daughter. My son, on the other hand, he's very kind, he's very giving, like he's like me. But my daughter, on the other hand, can be a little snobbish, you know what I'm saying? Very selfish,
But I ain't
like,
gonna lie, dudes.
wants what she wants.
I have to say though, that comment saying that it's y'all's anniversary is pretty damn is pretty damn on point. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Her, not in her defense. I'm giving her defense right here.
Well, yeah, you feel just like her, but
Well, I
that being
mean,
said, there's people. He's just trying to let her know. Well, just because it's our anniversary, doesn't mean that you have to look at it the same way because there's many people. It's saying like I said. I mean, if she wants to continue that, that's her belief. Cool, but at the same time, just because it's our anniversary, you are a product of what came from our wedding, us getting married. You know what I'm saying? You are a beneficiary of that. You can show, that you are happy for us being together. Our anniversary is a symbol of a lot of things. So him trying to teach that to his daughter is nothing wrong with that. But I mean, yeah, I laughed too when he said that about his daughter. But still, in all, you don't want your children to be ignorant to the fact that him and his mother him and her mother being married isn't just beneficial to them. Like she lives because of them two together. But it is what it
yeah,
is.
I tell my kids all the time. They be like, "Mom," they be like, Mommy carried us and mommy held us in her stomach for 9 months." And then I killed that story. When they start saying that shit, I'm like, look, that's a lie. Society has lied to y'all. And they're like, well, how is so? Because science said. I'm like, no, that shit lied to y'all. I'm telling y'all, I carried y'all longer. I told my son and my daughter both, y'all been in my nutsack since I was 12 years old. my, my wife looked at me and she go, you wonder why they fucking say everything, all this inappropriate shit because of you. I'm like, well, I'm just being honest. Shit, without me is no damn shit.
That's so good though. Like a lot households need a balance. It's so many single parent households where it's
Yeah,
only the men or only the woman. A lot of single mother households, and both of them are imbalanced because they're not getting that other side.
exactly. And that's the thing. Like for a kid to have balance, they got to see the extremes of both mom and dad to be like, all right, yeah, dad's crazy as hell.
Hey,
Mama, I don't know, she
some of
don't.
these kids are messed up because mama's getting way too much balance from the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
And vice versa.
I'm
Let me.
I'm an equal opportunity slut shamer when it comes to that.
Well, the thing about it is, I think that there's because there's not really a lot of married couples these days. It's separated, and it's a lot of times the woman is with a lot of different men that's not adding anything to the household as far as character building and things like that. So they just one-sided and probably judgmental to mom to some extent.
It's traumatizing for the child to go through that kind of situation.
Yeah. I mean, I like, bro, I don't, you know, people, other people around us well, actually, like the parents on my son's baseball team, like they think the shit is hilarious what us. They like, oh my God, like you're so real with your kids. Like, like, I mean, but they're respectable kids that, they don't get out of line outside of being around us. But like, I mean, I talk like that with my kids because it's like, I look at it this way. It's either I say the shit and be a little, borderline with it, or they gonna learn it from fucking social media or YouTube. So it's like they know all of this shit. You
That
know
way
what I'm saying?
you're not worried about them being tricked and confused and going into some weird ass direction because they don't really understand because the lingo out there in the world is what it is. And I talk to my kids the same kind of way, and I've caught flack from different people who have a problem with that too, because I like to be really 100% with them. Like,
Yeah.
and so yeah, I don't know. But having that balance, having the mom there to have
Yeah.
another perspective on that is what makes a healthy environment.
Yeah,
Because maybe
definitely.
sometimes we do go too far in being too,
And that's a good
raw.
possibility. But I mean, I know sometimes, like my son's mother, she hears some of the things that me and my son talk about. She's happy, she's proud. Sometimes she's kind of like, why are you telling him stuff like that and blah blah blah. Like, well, for one, it's for his defense. Like, can't have him around here thinking that everybody love him. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's gonna be more covert racism, covert, like, I mean, and even people that look like you that's gonna dislike you. So he can't be out there thinking that he just everybody he meets cares about him. You know? So it's
Yeah.
like building up his
And you know,
defenses.
covert racism kind of sucks anyway, man. I don't mind racism. I actually don't mind racism that's out in front and in your face.
Me either. That's what I'm
Be
saying.
straight. Be straight with the way you feel, man. Don't pull that behind my back bullshit or underneath.
I say that all the time. I respect that. We
Yeah.
can go have a beer.
I have worked best with some people that go, I hate you because you're a white motherfucker. And I'm like, cool.
Let's have a beer. That's what I would say to that person.
And we did. Matter of
let's chop
fact,
it
what's
up.
worse, I got invited to the damn barbecue. And you want to talk about a whole family that didn't know what to do.
Yeah, and I feel like I can learn more from you, and I actually have more respect for you for at least being real and honest about who you are and how you feel about it. Oh, you just don't like. Oh, well, I mean, I guess we can't be friends, but you know what I'm saying. I do appreciate you.
We can still be friends.
I was introduced to the entire barbecue as that crazy ass white boy that I work with.
I like that. So, but look, you've been talked about already. Everybody know you, and they finally meeting you. It's just like, oh, you the crazy white dude. Oh, okay, cool.
No.
Yeah.
As soon as he said that, I nodded my head and went, yeah, you may hate white people, but you don't hate me. Fuck you, man.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
And what's bad is grandma let me help in the kitchen.
But but I'm gonna tell you, most times it's not that they hate white people. It's just the interactions that they have had might not have been the best or the greatest. So you just happen to be one that sticks out as one that he appreciates, and
Well, to be fair, I had long hair at the time. I don't get along so well now with random stuff like that.
Well,
since my look changed, people look at me and try to judge me by my look. Like you knew something was up, Pat. I mean, and then when you saw the picture, you're like, oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
I see myself as the long-haired dude, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I see myself
see
as
it.
that right there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's why people, you know, they see the light colored eyes and the shaved head, and it's like, oh man, we got one of those.
Well, but you know what? I'm gonna tell you. Like for me, I without seeing the hair, I already could tell because I've heard your dispositions. I've heard you speak on different subjects, so I could already kind of see the long hair without it being there. You know what I'm saying? Like I can see the you that you don't.
If you had never seen me and saw me with a picture with long hair, you would have gone, okay. You wouldn't have doubted it.
Yeah.
Matter of
Let
fact,
me-
if you had seen me with the short hair, you probably would have gone, are you sure that's him?
Yeah. Let me play this one. This is another one of the top videos, and this shows that the huge part of the audience that we have is in India, because the name of this video was Bully to India, and it's got like right at 300 views, which is pretty good. Let me play some of this. Am I playing it? These strawman attacks are all people have.
who's India's Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas. India has certainly, sir, and welcome to the show, been benefiting from discounted rates of Russian oil. Does the country have any qualms about continuing to buy so much, given that Narendra Modi has certainly expressed concerns over the invasion, saying now is not the time for war, now is the time to move into a path of peace?
Let me first try and correct your perspective. We ended the financial year 2022, that is 31st March 22. The purchases of Russian oil was not 2%, 0.2%, number one. Number two, we still buy only in a quarter what Europe buys in one afternoon. So let's be very clear about what the perspective is. Where will we buy from? Russia is not the largest supplier of oil to India. Russia supplied only 0.2%. Now it's one of the top 4 or 5 suppliers. And in fact, the largest supplier last month was Iraq. So that there is no misunderstanding anywhere, we owe a moral duty to our consumers. We have 1.34 billion population, and we have to ensure that they are supplied with energy, whether it's petrol, diesel. We were the only country in the world which, at the time when we were feeding 800 million people 3 meals a day, which we are still doing, the government reduced its revenue in order to make sure that prices at the petrol bunk didn't go up. So we have 60 million people going to the petrol
There
bunk.
is no moral conflict with buying Russian oil?
Oh, absolutely none. Absolutely none. There is no moral conflict. I mean, somebody wants to take an ideological position. Well, but we don't buy from X or Y. We buy whatever is available, and I don't do the buying. It's the oil companies who do
Let's
the
be
buying.
quite clear about this. India is a backdoor into Europe for Russian oil at the moment. You're talking about the hang on, let me just finish. You're talking about the oil that comes in and is used for, and you said there's no moral issue with this in providing.
Wait. The way she was talking to him, and it's like India. So that's the idea, right? It's like India is still like a colony as far as their attitude, right? It's like y'all see what we're doing over here, you know? Y'all undermining what we're doing. I mean, it's like, bro, we got like billions of people in this country. Like, we got a lot of people here, and yeah, they need food and fuel and shit. We're just gonna buy the fuel from wherever the hell we can get it from. You know what I'm saying? Right now, Russia is where we gonna get a lot of our shit. We don't get all of our shit from Russia, but hey,
this is not,
you know, if Russia gonna sell gas, we need it. Shake.
But no,
Man,
listen.
how y'all gonna come over here and tell us what? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no. The crazy part is like, let me correct you first out. It's not 0.2%. It's 0.02%. So, like, it's way less than what y'all even thinking. So it's not even enough for y'all to even. And then even if it was 2% of the fuel that they were buying, so the hell what? I got people here that I'm responsible for, and y'all, which on y'all bullshit, I'm supposed to let my people starve or go cold, you know, without have no heat or fuel to do whatever, like, because y'all got, you know,
Something going on, whatever the hell it is. Like,
at what point does our moral outrage mean that our own people need to suffer?
Yes.
I mean, does that not create more suffering as a total?
Yeah, suffering is the finish. Suffering is the finish, my friend, and I don't understand why a lot of people don't get that. That's where the common sense comes in, and everybody says they have common sense, and I don't understand that aspect of the whole thing.
I get what you're saying right there, Curtis, because I don't understand why people don't get it either. As far as like the ultimate result is the people suffer. That's it.
Well, no,
exactly.
Well, no. The whole thing is,
in quotient is there is more suffering in the world.
Listen. But the whole point, and this being on live TV, is to express a point that, look, that, like, they feel that they have control over these people to try to, you know, make them do something other than what they're doing.
And that's the point I was making in the video. I want to play a little bit more, but it's bully to India is what I would call the video, because it's like the gall of this lady on CNN to like you know,
going out of business.
Attack this guy and like say, why are you not looking out for the United States? Like, you know, Let me
Say,
play something.
I raise my saber of moral outrage at you. How dare thee be an asshole?
Yes, that's what she's
It's
saying.
like,
Can't
bitch,
y'all
I
see
got
we're
hungry
ruining
and cold
lives?
people. That's how I can be an asshole.
Yeah, can't you see we're trying to ruin lives around here? You should be a part of this too.
This is India. I'm the one they take out and fucking and stone or do whatever they do here.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah,
another part of it. Like
it's
at the
like,
end of the day, they have to answer to the Indian people. The Indian people gonna be like, bro, you
and
was
from
over
what
there
I
letting this white woman.
understand, everywhere
gonna be
in that
like, he
area of the
bitched out.
world and stuff like that doesn't do really well to failed politicians. They don't do well. Most of them end up running to here.
Let me play some more of this.
Yeah, they'll
Who we
fuck
can
around
buy
and hang his
freaking
ass
gas
in the
from?
town center.
Yeah.
They'll hang his ass in the town center and throw stones at his ass. He on.
Let me play some of this. You know? And then it's the attitude, it's the arrogance, it's the freaking, she's down talking to him like,
who is she?
This is America. That's a back door into Russia. You don't feel bad for you're supporting Russia. What are you doing?
Energy for 1.4 billion people. But let's be quite clear. Russian oil is imported, it is refined, and then it is exported to Europe, sir.
That was done by some private sector companies, not by the OMCs. Who buys Russian oil, where it is refined?
You're not denying that's happening.
No, there's no question. We have nothing to do with that. First of all, the government doesn't do the buying. Let me be very clear. Oil trade is conducted by economic entities. All right. Today I met the minister from Guyana. They've got production. Come, we'll buy from there. We're buying from Canada. You know something? I bought last year from the United States $20 billion worth, which is almost half of what I buy from OPEC. No, we will buy oil, gas from wherever we can get it.
What if the EU or the US were to ask India specifically to halt Russian oil purchases?
I'll tell you something.
Why? So the US, hey, y'all know we came over here and built y'all country up. Y'all know we gave y'all language, made y'all civilized and all that. And this is how you gonna repay us? Look, we just gonna ask you to not buy gas from Russia. You could buy gas from wherever else you want to buy gas from. We understand you need it, but just don't buy none from Russia. Like,
first, you should address that question to the EU or to.
She might have had a pistol. She might have had a pistol sitting on her desk.
It's the gall of these people, man. It's crazy, but the U.S. hegemony or whatever, the influence that we have in the world.
What is he gonna say about that?
Let me play it.
Through the United States. I'm telling you, because if India did not buy or someone else didn't buy Russian oil, and if Russian oil were to go off the market, what would happen to international prices? These people would turn around, then the same. Somebody's cutting supply. We have more people buying it. The price will go up to $200.
Minister, with respect, I'm asking you a simple question. If the EU or the US were to ask India to halt,
I don't address hypothetical questions. If the EU wants to come up with something, they will talk to us. We will examine what's in it. So what is on offer now? We have a situation where Hungarian oil can come in through a pipeline, and it's exempt from the so-called price cap. Chinese oil goes through, Russian oil goes to China through the pipeline, it is exempt. Japan can buy it. So I'd like to find out whom the price cap is aimed at.
Okay,
and we'll have a good, robust discussion on that.
Because does India have a backup plan should the West tighten sanctions on Russia?
First of all, we have many backup plans.
So are you threatening them? We can ask you to not buy Russian oil, or we can make it just not available to you. How about that?
First of all, and I don't look at the way you are looking at it. We have had healthy discussions going on with the West, the United States, and the Europeans. I think this is something you're creating in a TV studio.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Well,
the narrative is out there. I'm just.
I have just come back from the United States. Do you know what happened in my bilateral discussions with me? No, I don't have to. It's privileged conversation. But I don't feel, and I've said on record, not only now to you, Andy, but to you earlier and to us, We don't feel any pressure. Modi's government doesn't feel the pressure. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. We are the one country where we are making the transition. When you have increases in oil prices, they have consequences. One of the consequences is there'll be inflation and recession. But one of the consequences is we'll make the transition to green energy just that much faster.
And I want to talk about that. But before I do, let me just press you a little further. Will India cooperate with G7 attempts to cap the price of Russian seaborne oil?
I'm surprised that you're fixated on a proposal who's...
Yeah, she keeps hammering that. She's fixated on that. She keeps hammering it in. Hey.
Which has not been fully spelled out, number one. Number two, India will examine it. India will respond according to its supreme national interest. And I'm telling you, we will take a view and we will discuss it with everyone. So, and I'll be happy to come back to you and tell you what our response is.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll hold you to that if I can, sir, with the greatest of respect. Let's get back to Dr. Sultan's comments earlier on today, who is the head of the National Oil Company here. He's also the special envoy on climate. And I started this part of the show by discussing the fact that this is a country that has embedded energy diversification in its economic growth story, originally reliant on.
She probably felt that it was getting hot too. She's like, let's move on. Maybe I'm hammering him too hard. Go ahead. I think that was a pretty damn good clip. It was an 8-minute clip. And it got some good number of clicks on it.
Yeah, I remember us doing that one, and it was pretty fiery. And I ain't gonna, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I know I was like, "That's some bullshit." Like how the hell you gonna try to be mad at these people behind some bullshit that you trying to accomplish, and you want their people to suffer because, you know, I don't know. But you see, America don't mind us suffering behind this BS. But
yeah, so but it was the dynamic of
we're a different build, bro. America is a different build, and a lot of people don't know that either. We're a little bit different. I'm not gonna go on the history because it's start of the year, but you know what I'm saying? Like the way that this continent even started off, and damn, I'm trying not to mention it, but like the way we started off, just think about that. The way we started off, dude, I had to sit on a bus with a Caucasian dude and a black dude, and they was mad at each other without even talking to each other. They didn't even know each other, and I was like, "Well, fuck it, I'm gonna beat the shit out of both of you." And they both looked at me and was like, "Yeah, because you fucking dumb." Yes, I swear to God, bro, I can't make this tee up. I gotta stop cursing, man. My mom's she's on me, bro. She's on me. She's like, "Stop cursing." I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, because you know what a belief is, man.
Yeah,
it was created somehow. It was created somehow. So
there's definitely, you know, power in your words. You the spirit, you know.
Yeah, man. It's not. That's why I keep saying it's not a joke. It's just not a joke, bro.
And then when you call something a curse, then that you know, that gives it power.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? That's the look. I'm. It's still funny to me because that's compliment. And it's like, oh well, well, you go ahead and keep on delivering that. Don't come back to me when that breaks. Please do not. I had to throw off with like 9 chicks, bro. Did I already say that? Like 9 of them, and it's like, dude, that was not fun for me because I had feelings and I loved, and that's why I was asking those questions about the marriage and you know. And stuff like that. And it's like it was not fun. But it's like, dang, I'm not gonna survive in this. You know, I'm just not gonna survive with thinking like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you, you need to come up with your speed dating tactics. That way, it's certain things you're looking for.
Somebody cough, bro.
You said come up with your speed dating tactics where you already have your questions or. You know, certain things that you're looking for, and then that way you can, you know.
Oh, hey, Pat, I got that, bro. I got that. I already got that.
Okay.
Like I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Let me play
Dude,
this.
I already.
This is another video that got a good number of views, like 300 views. That's good for
Yeah.
me. Let me play some of this. Check it.
And none of them knew that I was transgender. I'm gonna tell you how she found out. So basically, here's a little background on me. I started transitioning when I was a teenager, and I went through the whole what's around. I met my boyfriend here in New York, and he was staying in Buffalo, but he relocated to New York, homeless. I met him outside. We eventually ended up getting together, and he told me that he was going to move back in with his parents, and he would love for me to come with. So I went, and I didn't tell him, yo, I'm trans. He introduced me to his mom. He introduced me to his dad. I met a few of his siblings. And, I was even laying in the bed. There are times that I was showering, and my mom would come in, and nobody had a clue. So one day, I asked to use my phone, and my phone was not working, so I logged into my Instagram. I have 2 Instagram accounts. I had one for people that I know, and another for people that I don't. So I ended up forgetting to log out. And his mom went to use her phone after me.
It was in the video.
And the next day, when I woke up, I just found her acting really funny. She was acting really strange. She loves me or loved me, but then she started acting very standoffish, almost like you betrayed me. Like you could see the look in her eye. So, I finally decide that I've had enough with the tension, and I want to ask her what's really good. Like, what's happening? What's going on? What's beef? So she's like, you logged into my phone last night. Do you know what you left on there? I said, no, nothing. I should have logged out. And she said, I went to your page and I watched your videos. I said, what videos? She said, of your transition. You didn't tell us. So then she's like, you were around my kids. You were around my grandkids. You were around my nieces and nephews. Why didn't you tell me this? I said, ma'am, listen, you make it seem like I'm a threat to the public safety or something. I'm a regular girl, but I knew if I would have said something that I would be labeled otherwise and I would be dehumanized and treated funny. That's why I didn't say nothing. She said, well, you got to get up and help clean up. You know what? If you're going to be living here, you got to help clean up. She started getting real snappy. So I'm like, I'm just going to pack my things and go because I know that's the next thing you're going to say. She's like, yeah, does my son know? I said, nah. She said, you know what? We're going to keep between us, but you got to go. I said, so what did I do? I packed myself and I left. I wasn't going to play with her. I lived with my boyfriend and his parents for 3 months, and none of them knew that I was transgender. I'm going to tell you how she found out. So basically,
okay. So did y'all get that? It says it was a caption. The caption says trans woman confesses to living with her boyfriend and parents for 3 months, and none of them knew she was trans.
How many views did it get?
It's like 300 views, which is good for me.
Well, you stopped it the second time through right before she said how she got caught. Because my question is it pre-op or post-op?
That was the story. She was explaining how she got caught. It was the video that she left on her boyfriend's mom's phone, and
yeah.
So
So she's post-op.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, she's a woman. She had there was no need to disclose the fact that she had previously been a man. However, I do think that's something that her and a boyfriend might have tussled with before moving in for 3 months.
That's the thing.
No, he didn't know either.
That's the thing. That's what he's saying.
She didn't tell nobody.
That's one that's. Well, you got to understand too, though. I'm gonna use the bathroom once or twice. I'm gonna take a peek in the med cabinet because I have come to learn that you can learn a lot about people that way. And I'm gonna spot that right off the bat, just like I'm gonna spot someone that's crazy, so crazy they're taking stuff that they need pills to stop the side effects from the pills to stop their crazy.
I was about to say, how's that not funny, man? That's hilarious to me.
Let me play some more.
Yeah, but
So basically, here's a little back.
Let me play the comments, and then I want y'all to get the comments. That's fucking crazy. So the son didn't know, and the family didn't know. But then she said that they was homeless. Met him when he was homeless. So both of y'all homeless. That's like red flags all over the place. Like, and he didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And y'all living together or whatever, and this dude didn't know. That's hard for me to believe right there. But whatever. I mean,
it should be
freaking. That's still crazy.
I don't have my meds. Can I borrow your razor? There should have been a clue.
Yeah. I'm going to say I could never keep that information from my son, but then I thought maybe she was protecting him from emotional trauma. I can understand that. But then if and when he finds out the truth, he would feel betrayed by the ex and his mom for not telling him. So it's always best just live in truth. She should have told her son. Yeah, because how is that going to work out? He's going to come home and be like, what happened to, I told her to leave, bro. Like, why, man? Shit, that's a dude. Like, oh, man. No, man, that's not true. I wonder. So she said the phone wasn't working. That's another. Go ahead.
No, that was it. No, I was like, yeah, I told him to leave. He said, him.
Hey, I can only explain this musically. Puts on an Aerosmith song.
Dude, look like a lady. Let me play a little bit more. Another thing that sounds weird, and then I had logged into the other person's phone, and then I left the very page that what was she trying to tell them that she was transgender without like telling them, just to see how they would react so they could know, and then the mom's reaction is what gave her the answer that she was looking for. But I don't know if that's how you're gonna do it. I mean, that's the problem. The problem is, the deception, right? Again, I don't know how the dude wouldn't know, but if you feel like the other person does, if you feel like they don't know, then you need to let them know, especially if you freaking moving in with their mom and shit. That whole situation could have turned way uglier.
What?
No telling what would have happened. And you're putting yourself in a position where you're not safe if, because you're not communicating, what's real. That's crazy, man. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody knew, it would have to be, at least he knew. You know what I'm saying? But she knew, he or she, whatever, however you want to look at it,
Canada, a cattle guard is called a Texas.
Was very much deceptive, and I believe, just like I did then, that she left that stuff on his mom's phone on purpose, because she was tired of living with the fact that she was lying. But
yeah,
anybody
that they
else?
didn't know.
Nobody.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, if this person is post-op, I don't see him knowing, but my thing is, like, if you're dating someone, aren't you? Well, 9 times I can't say that's always true, because, you could be dating somebody and not be on their social media page or whatever.
It's one thing if they, they only got bodies like, BBLs and this, that, and the other. But
yeah, she had the whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. She had to have. How does
Yeah, he had from the sounds of the
is that
from the sounds of it,
yeah,
he had
they had the genitals
shit.
clips. Yeah. So that's the only way you can tell. Like, I mean, like for him to go that long without knowing, unless he's really that much of a lame and he ain't smacking that. Ain't no way I got some chick living with me and my mama and I ain't been banging it up. You know what I'm saying? Or even,
I'm
you know
sure
what I'm
he done
saying?
hit it.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way he done missed a baseball bat and some balls. All this time.
Oh my god! It's like,
I'm just
what is? You got some extra thing? You got something extra down there, bro?
Your clip
You
is
got
mighty
you got
large.
you got a really large clip. You should sign up for extreme clip videos and start making some money.
Yeah.
Oh my god! So that's what I was arguing in the video too. Is like I feel like the guy would have to know or should know.
But I think from
You
what
know,
she's saying, because she started her
there
transition so early, so
ways
she
to tell.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're having, damn man, I have to say this as an alleged thing because it comes from media, things like that, talking to people and stuff like that. There are ways to tell
even if they got it
you are
snipped.
with someone who is post-op. Yes,
Well, I think that the energy.
it's about
I'm a high energy person.
depth, pliability, angle, fit. Like I said,
Lubrication.
Little of that going on, sure. Too, yes. Like I say, it's there's a lot of you if you don't know anything about it, something's different. The problem is there's enough guys out there fetish wise that they may not realize that they just played into a fetish.
Yeah.
Because it is a little different.
And maybe they don't really care.
Sometimes the strange is better.
Let me play this next one, a little bit of it. This one is women rights or human rights, and they got a good number of views. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do?
We want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley. Roe versus Wade. Just to get us started, so I can get my shit together. To kind of get y'all talking. Did y'all hear about the did any of y'all watch the video about they were talking about there was a leaked thing from the Supreme Court that was saying they're basically ready to overturn Roe versus Wade?
Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't watch the video, but I was on the phone with my wife and she was looking at the video somebody had posted on Instagram about it.
And what have I been screaming for the longest? And I've been saying this for the longest, that I think this is coming, bro. Like I said, I feel like we're going backwards, and I feel like they're gonna overturn Roe versus Wade. Like ever since Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed, that's when I knew they were gonna do it. That was the moment when they asked her, when they were trying to confirm her, they asked her straight up, so if Roe versus Wade comes up, are you gonna overturn it? And she started wiggling around it, and she was all like, well, I'm gonna uphold the Constitution, and I'm gonna do my job as best I can do, or whatever, blah 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 blah. I heard, yes, I'm gonna overturn Roe versus Wade. What the fuck? What you think they put me here for? That's why they picked her. because it's perfect because she's a female. You know what I'm saying? So that's the argument a lot of people are going to make. They're going to be like, okay, well, women's rights, because that's what this is really about. It's about women's health, women's rights, women's autonomy. You know what I'm saying? So what they're going to say is they're going to say, well, she's a woman. So look, it's a woman and she doesn't agree with abortion. So look, there's plenty of women out there that don't agree with it. That's it. She's perfect. You know what I'm saying? But her history is she basically come from a cult. And they're very patriarchal. Like she's like a mouse. The where she comes from, they don't, they are hard on women. Anyways, y'all go ahead. Go ahead. Comments.
Yeah. You got me triggered just like we was in that very show. But because we're not even talking about actually I guess my comments is just the fact that I guess the same as it was when we had this show, because it's like maybe it wasn't going backwards. Maybe it was a good thing that it happened. It's just that people are so used to throwing away lives that it's just become a common thing, and now we should always do it from here on out. Maybe it never should have been done in the first place, but that's it. I got triggered. My bad.
Hey,
one of those topics. Go ahead.
The thing is, it's a very hot topic and stuff like that. But when it comes down to brass tacks and I don't care about your feelings, this is the way it is. Roe versus Wade is a great compromise. I think it should have been left alone. However, it is not a constitutional issue, and therefore the overturning of it was proper.
Yes, it was. That was my argument.
However, if you really want to call me a villain for saying that, I'm going to turn around and go, in the 50, 60 years, however long it has been since Roe versus Wade was done, where the fuck were you not making it a constitutional amendment?
Right. And that's because what they're gonna.
That would make it that. Excuse me, sorry, didn't mean to cut you, but that is the real issue right there.
Well, and I don't think that it was really brought about because I mean, look, a lot of the facts that came out was the fact that it never should have been, because maybe a different case could have brought it about and made it stand better, but it was a lie. She lied. What happened to her, what she say happened to her never happened. So it was a case that should have never even went to court or, any level of court. But, the thing is okay, just because women can do it don't mean that they should be able to do it just all willy-nilly because they decide, oh, I don't like this dude now, or he ain't got the money I thought he had, so I'm just gonna abort. Like, no, like.
Well, see, that's the whole idea. It was supposed to be bringing about it being legal for purposes when it's to make it safe, needed, and seldom. It wasn't supposed to be a passport ticket to, oops.
Yeah, like this is the new contraceptive. Hey, you can take it as far as you need to take it. You don't have to worry about condoms. You don't have to worry about any other, like the 10 or 20 other things that you can do before he gets there. No, wait till you have a life brewing in your belly, and then now you can go and terminate it.
That's why it was pushed on the brothers community more, because, no offense, amongst that community, the use of condoms is very, very, shall we say,
slim to none.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, frowned upon as much as I ain't gonna do that shit, because that's what I hear more than anything. I hear the men saying I ain't gonna more than the women saying.
Look here, Tracy Morgan said it best. If you ain't willing to die for it, you don't need it.
Stupid, bro. But I get the argument of the extremism, because we were arguing in forever on this abortion topic, and I get the argument of the the extremism with it, because you got like the pill that you can take like day after or whatever it is, week. However,
And I've got no problem with those.
You got
But
the
those
pill,
are
you got
horrid. You take a few of those, you don't need to worry about taking them no more, because your shit's gonna shrivel up.
So like,
and if you need to take it that often, maybe it should.
So that's why I appreciate Doc being here in this conversation, because bringing it home as far as like, originally it was never intended to be used in the way that it's used today, but all about health, and safety,
Yeah, because there was girls going in there with clothes hangers and paying people to do stuff that was just not gonna, like, people were dying for trying to
Dude, they would throw themselves downstairs.
Yeah.
They would go over to get friends to kick them in the stomach repeatedly over and over.
Yeah.
I mean, this is stuff I've talked to my mom about this from the 50s and stuff, and she was telling me about some of that crazy stuff. And I'm telling you, I'm not on the side of, hey, abortion's for everyone and stuff like that. But I think Roe versus Wade was a very good compromise in giving someone enough time to make that decision.
But it was abused.
As to, yes.
Yeah, but it was abused, and I think that was one of the reasons why both
Well,
the left
it became,
and the right.
like you said, it became birth control, not population, or it became, I don't know how to put that one, but it's birth control instead of population control. All the original people were trying to do was put some population control so the dark communities didn't get bigger.
Let's be careful on this one.
Because it was both, but
notice my wording and phrasing has changed on stuff like that.
Yeah. But
I've been studying.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's the whole thing, and
they can hate me, but not pump me for it.
Yeah, personally, I'm against it wholeheartedly, unless you are having complications or there's going to be something that's going to cause you some harm to you or the child.
My mom was
like, that's something that I'm like,
people
you should
come
be
over,
able to
some friends come over and just kick them in the stomach.
But no, okay, he muted. Yeah, but no, but yeah. So I mean, if it's gonna hurt some, the mother or the child at any given time, and that's what needs to happen. Okay, cool. But like, the whole thing is we're humans. We can think, we can act. We don't have to act like animals. We can, we can choose to, do differently. So with us having that ability, we shouldn't be overusing that. You know what I'm saying? We do have it, but when you start to overusing it, and
with great power comes great responsibility,
which no one owns.
Let me play some more of this. Let me play some more of this. What y'all got to say about it? I got to fix my chair. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Ain't really much for me to talk about.
I personally think that it is much deeper than just women's rights. I think that, to me, I'm seeing this and I'm thinking, okay, we have declining birth rates in the US. We have to be able to keep up our economy. They want a good, sustainable working class, and they don't think that our generation and generations after us are going to give us that working class. So I'm seeing it as they need workers. They need to, they're scrambling because of these declining birth rates. And they find that our generation, Gen Z and millennials, aren't having birth and are choosing to abstain from pregnancies and having children, and that's a really big problem. And so I think this was, like you said, a long time coming when they confirmed Amy and Brett. But I think it's in a greater picture of how they want the U.S. to be and how they're setting up the U.S. for the future.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, that's very. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think with that point that she made, I think she's totally missing it because, I mean, you know, if it was about you abstaining, they would try to give you, you know, a different outlook of, you know, they wouldn't be taking away birth control, you know, be taking away, you know, abortion if it was because people were just choosing not to have pregnancy. They were having pregnancies, they was having abortions, and they felt like that would be the way, at least one way to limit the amount of what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if it was mainly everybody's choosing not to have kids, they would maybe, you know, give you an incentive. Hey, y'all have some kids, blah blah blah. We'll give you this, you know, or you know, it'll be something else that they would offer.
Yeah,
instead
but you can ask the kids now, the younger generation right now, ask them if they want to have children. A lot of them are saying no. And it's because of the way the world is, especially, you know, here in the United States, like, you know, and you can look at the charts. There's charts that show how a country develops, and as their population kind of staves off, once they get to a certain level, they stop having so many children.
See, a lot of people say, "Oh, bad world, all that," you know. But I'm also, the way I look at it, I'm looking at it from a different thing. I'm like, isn't it the best time to raise dragon slayers when there are actual dragons again?
You talking that stuff that'll get me going, because that sound like the revolution. That anarchy.
But
that sound like
that's my talk. I want to have
soldiers.
4 or 5 kids. Yeah, I want to have 4 or 5 kids, and then, you know, my girl, she was
army, building an army. Freaking what's his name? Nick Cannon. How many he have? He got like 2 coming.
Yeah, I think
and
that shit kind of
well,
weird.
you got to remember, he's one of those
bro.
low rent ones that's like juicing his way up.
Yeah, I think Nick Cannon got like 10 kids with 12 baby mamas.
Yeah.
That shit crazy, bro. Like, you got all these
y'all agree with
you got,
me.
Oh no, I agree with that math.
It's about
I agree. Like, my thing is that shit right there is not healthy at all, though, what he's doing. Like, you got all these kids by different baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not saying, obviously he can afford it. But it's like, think about, you know, the strain, and he's not gonna be able to be at one place at one time with all of these children, bro. And they
But
got
man,
different mothers.
That's
You know?
Nick Cannon. He's an entertainer. He is now a role model for the community. So what's the best way to be like Nick Cannon?
Well, I think he's like, he argues his point about like building a tribe. But when I see him grinding, I know that he out there. I mean, like, you're looking at this dude, he's making a lot of money. I know how child support works. Some of them jobs he has is just to pay that child support.
No, you crazy.
He not on child support for any of them. I think the only ones he on child support for is my Mariah Carey kid. The kids him and Mariah got, but the rest of them he ain't on child support for.
He gets paid child support for the
He's
kids
the
he
low
got.
end in almost every relationship he's been in.
No, that's not true either.
He's the donor. Almost most of the people I've seen or that I know that he's been with make more money than he does.
No, that's not true. Who, I mean,
Well, I don't know the early ones. I know
the only one
Mariah
that
and
really
about
make
3 or
more than
4
him-
others.
No, he was the boy toy, but he had no kids with them. he, because I think he was with Whitney Houston for a little bit, and this, like, back in the day. But Mariah is the only one that he actually had children with that actually makes more money than him. Everybody else, like Christina Milian, like all the other ones, was on the way up, but he didn't have no children with them either. So, but for the majority,
So he'll just
they're
use the alimony to pay them
girls.
off.
Well,
one of the kings, Egypt, had like 100 kids. Which one was it? It's Akhenaten.
A bunch of them probably. Well, many of them probably had.
No, Ramses. They named the
Ramses.
condoms after. They named the condoms after him.
Ramses. Okay.
He had like 900 kids. Ramses condoms. That's the one, right?
I don't remember that.
I don't know which name it is, so I don't want to say, but I saw a chart where, because they got proof of this, like evidence of it, like it's real. A whole bunch of kids, like 100 damn kids, however many it was.
Yeah.
So
But I mean, I think if he a king and he running the country like that, look, he tapping whatever he want to, whenever he want to, and he already run, like he taking care of the entire country, whether it's his kids or not. So
yeah, Ramses II.
Okay. Well, what's the difference between Ramses and Nick Cannon then? I mean, he make enough money to provide for all the kids.
Exactly, and that's the thing.
Well,
I mean,
one is a pharaoh and leader of the land. The other is a half talented someone that's just kind of riding along on from gig to gig.
Well, I mean, for somebody that's half talented, he's definitely had a really good, consistent career.
He has great connections, and and the things he's in are great collaborations.
Well, I mean, he started when he was 16, 17
Yeah,
years
see,
old. So
if you watch everything he's in and everything is about,
he's a producer.
He does not have to shine. He just brings together. All he has to do is keep up on the lower end of what he's got going around, and
But
he
that's
pushes
an art.
everybody toward it. Oh
But
no,
that's
I'm
an
not.
art.
I'm
That's
not
a
knocking
talent.
him. Look, I'm
Yeah.
making jokes about him. I'm not knocking him. The man.
Okay,
The man's a
I
genius.
just be feeling like people be hating on him when he's like, I mean, his business acumen is his talent, and by
Dude,
him being
I'm
able to come up
hating
with
on him because that big old Mariah wing tattoo that he had to get covered over within a year.
no, they would have.
That's like Mike Tyson, man. 20 years boxing, and he fucks up his face more than anyone else could have.
Well, I mean, look, my argument is not there. Like all that's it is what it is. I'm gonna leave that one alone. But yeah, I think that if you can afford them, you should have them. If you can afford kids, and then he can, because I mean, every man is gonna go out and work anyway, so he's not gonna be at home, but he'll still have quality time and be able to be able to speak words of wisdom to those children that's
No.
going to give them great growth.
If you can't be a father to them, have them. It doesn't matter if you can afford them or not.
A lot of people can.
If you can't be a dad to them, if you can't be part of their life, don't have them.
But what do you consider being a part of their life? Because some people saying that because he works so much, but dude, like he got private jet where he can fly from L.A. to New York or Atlanta on wherever he.
Like I say,
he can spend
you
the
don't
time.
have to be a father. Other people around can be fathers. It happens, but you got to be a dad. You got to put a little bit. If you can't put an effort in to be. I guess I should have said that the other way around. Someone else can be a dad and all that, but you got to be a father to your kid.
Yeah,
if
and
you
I
can't
don't
take
think they're
that time,
lacking
if
with
you
that.
can't be part of their life, you don't need to have them.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
like
like
I
I
said,
say, I don't know specifics about all that, and I'm not gonna knock him. I'm just making jokes. I've not met the man, so I can't tell you.
I say more
anything
power to
beyond
him.
that. I mean,
Yeah,
I gotta meet him
I'm
to
there
read his energy before I can. Like I say, I gotta
And,
meet him and see him with my own eyes before I can
and
read
looking
my
at that
but
listen's
list
energy.
he's
of
got a
baby
plan.
mamas,
He's
the,
got a plan, and see, and that's the thing. He does have a plan. That's one thing that a lot of men don't have. That's having children is a plan on. Because if he stops working today, they are still good. Him and his children are still good for decades, if not, like for
There's
many years to come.
actually an interview with him out there with I can't remember where I saw it, but it was when I was watching a whole bunch of investment things and stuff like that. And he's on one of the podcasts about investing and stuff like that, and they're talking about it. And he didn't know his shit, but he knew his shit.
Well, see,
yeah, man.
because he
You
pays
know,
people to do it for him.
he could sit, yeah, but the people he pays explains it to him,
Hmm.
and he doesn't understand it, but he gets it. If you catch that
Yeah,
the
no,
difference,
yeah, I
and
do.
enough that he could communicate to those guys that were the experts, and they go, "Oh, they're doing this and that." Yeah, okay. Now, I mean, about where we are, he could explain it to an expert, and the expert told them what what his experts were doing.
Yeah.
Let me play a little bit more of this right here. Check it. Very interesting, the idea of them, like, because it's like they have their own little, like, I don't know, worker bees or whatever, and we want you to do what we want you to do. Like, either we want you to make babies, or if we want you to kill babies or whatever, we want you to do what we want you to do. Right now, we want you to make babies because we need more workers. That's really interesting, and it is a lot of people who are thinking differently about making children. But then you got the economy, right? It costs so much money to make a baby, right? It's gonna, you gotta, that's a long-term investment, right? So that's what's deterring a lot of families, I think. But then the
Yeah,
economy.
that shit is crazy expensive. It costs. When my daughter was born, she had a bowel movement, so we had to be rushed. Pretty much, my wife had to be rushed into an emergency C-section. My daughter stayed in the NICU for about 2 weeks. Dude, like, thank God I had insurance back then, but still the amount of money that I had to pay, and I was paying monthly on it for like 3 years. But the bill was like $375,000
Wow.
because of all of the medications. Because a baby has a bowel movement in the birth sac, she ended up inhaling some of that. So of course the medications, the pumping her lungs and all that type of stuff, getting that out of there, it was nuts, bro. You know what I'm saying? The insurance paid majority of it, but we still was on the hook for, like, I want to say it was like $25,000 that we ended up having to pay. So you think about that in today's time, where most people aren't looking to work for major corporations, where they're getting back, by insurance, and most people aren't even buying the insurance from the health market because of the prices of it. So if you own a business, you know what I'm saying, you independent, you own a business, your wife or your girl gets pregnant, just the cost that's involved in that, and then the planning that's involved in that, it's a lot. So you have more and more people that are like, nah, we're not having kids. So I can see that. And I mean, I'm glad you brought that point up, because I never thought of it in that way. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think about it in that manner, but yeah.
Well, me and Chaka had that conversation. I'm glad to have some new ideas, some that seems to be wide open, and I'm enjoying that, because I thought I was gonna have to really go at it toe to toe with Chaka
Chaka.
tonight.
But you
Because
said
it
it
sound like
you said it in the beginning, Pat. And I remember you said it in the beginning. You suggested that maybe we should have a woman's point of view on this topic, because our point of view is not really, I mean, it's valid, but it wouldn't be as valid and transparent as a woman. So
well, regardless of what I say, I'm just a conservative Republican talking head. as far as but I mean, because I mean, even though I see it the same way she does, I'm just I'm a patriot. It's like I'm what I'm saying, it gets taken totally different.
These damn conservatives with their
But
fucking ideas.
but yeah, because I mean, I really thought I was gonna have to come in and talk, like, because it's like almost to me an insult to say that women can't tell themselves not to have children, like the whole thing, like, because it's really about the health. I mean, not being able to have an abortion isn't anything about changing your health. That's about responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And it's like saying that women are so weak-minded that they can't, like, they're gonna kill themselves without abortions. Like, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's like really kind of insane that some of the arguments that I've heard, that it just really doesn't make sense. I mean, these the creator, the actual creator of all of the civilizations, are too stupid to say they want to have a kid with somebody or not.
No. Pat say I'm the Republican conservative talking head over here. That's my role.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, because I mean, at some point, my what I had to say didn't matter because it wasn't a part of what people like to hear. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm glad somebody else here is saying it. Whether they because they didn't agree with it when I said it, but when a woman says it, it's fine. So
let me play a little bit more. I really want to get some more of Amina, but I don't know where the clips are in here. Oh no, I completely disagree with you because no, it does. They are saying that, but it's in a way of like oppressing women. You know what I'm saying? It's the patriarchy. It's I want to control women's bodies. Period.
No, women, you're too stupid. You can't have no. You either you're gonna have a kid with this dude, or you fix it on the other end. Like instead of using abortion as a scapegoat, you just don't get pregnant by the guy in the first place.
Yeah, but there's a whole bunch. It's not as cut and dry as simple as that, because you have health conditions. One of the did y'all watch the video? I don't remember which one it was, but they said about how women die from pregnancies. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women die just as a result of the pregnancy, complications related.
Yeah.
Complications.
And there's a thing that Black women especially are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than any other race.
But that's
in the U.S.
That's not neglect. That has to do with the hospitals, because you have to understand that these Black women, Hispanic women, they go to these hospitals, they end up with hysterectomies that they didn't ask for. They fucking botched surgeries.
Chaka, that is from neglect.
Oh, you mean the person who? I thought you meant like the person, like she neglected her body.
Some of it is from neglect.
The doctors, the nurses.
Honestly, some of it is from neglect.
Yeah.
Like, for real, all of it is not from neglect. Some of it is from neglect.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more. Yeah, I thought you meant the person. It seems to me. Look, it seems to me like you are blaming it's the victim blaming line of talking that it sounds like.
No, that's very easy to jump to that conclusion, but bro, like, I mean, it's a lot of when I talk about responsibility, yes, that is on the person. But now when we're talking about something based on health, where if it's something very, like, if it looks like somebody's gonna die from childbirth, now that's not there on them, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Could it be? I don't know, but to me, I would look more at the professionals in that situation where it's getting to that term of a pregnancy where it can be dangerous. No, I mean that's I don't no, I'm not looking at it being the fault of the 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 patient. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just trying to have a kid.
So
And most of the time, if you get to that point of it, they wanted the kid. It's not like they want an abortion, but it's got to be up to somebody to decide, hey, well, you know what, this is going to be more riskier for you than the average person, and it's up for the doctors to suggest or to recommend on what direction that pregnancy should go in. So,
well, let me ask you this. Let's get to the basic point. So what looks like what's going to happen is somebody's going to, especially since this has been leaked, somebody's going to bring a direct, what do you call it? Charge to Roe versus Wade, and then it's going to make it up to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme is going to overturn Roe versus Wade and give a whole new, list of, let's say, women's rights or whatever.
Well, no, they're already saying that that's not really the in the place of the United States as a country. It's not really something that that should be
Well,
up to
that's
individual
exactly what they
states.
did too.
Yeah, well, look, that's what I'm trying to tell
But the
you.
funny thing is, it was the Democrats that made that it was the Democrats that pushed the lawsuit forward.
Yeah,
and you know why they did it.
That's a part that people didn't want to look at.
Well, you know why they did it? Because it was just before that midterm election, and it was right after Texas pulled that crazy shit. Yes, us with our abortion stuff. So
Well, look, just recently they were saying that was something that was brought in by Biden because of his religious beliefs.
Okay, well here's some optic stuff and stuff like that though. Texas just made these new laws that made everything really crazy. Okay, Democrats push a law to the Supreme Court that gets Roe versus Wade overturned. Now, all of a sudden, the conservatives are coming after your bodies and your right. Oh, yeah. By the way, if you don't get poked, you're an evil, bad person. But it's about body control and choice. And, and like I said, the whole thing was really pushed at the proper time to stop the red from taking over as much as it would, because all of a sudden that becomes a major issue.
And maybe they didn't think it was, but I never think that I never go with the that they didn't know. Like they're stupid. Hey, the Democrats are dumb.
I said they weren't.
And they didn't know.
I agreed with you that they were going to go after it, or the way I said it was they're not going to go after Roe versus Wade directly. And
so use the Democrats.
My
That's
thing
good
is,
cop, bad cop.
I was speaking from the Republican side. I didn't expect it to be the Democrats that push the agenda. See, that's where I was wrong. I didn't think it was going to be an issue for a while.
But but they were probably, the optics of it is that they want to, send it to the Supreme Court so that it can be, strengthened. You know what I mean? Because the states were pushing against it, like the laws that Texas had passed and other states. So that's what optics.
If y'all remember what was happening in the midst of all of that, because we're finding out later that they had something to do with it being.
We lost you. We can't hear you.
He's no longer in the chat.
Oh, he fell out.
Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, on that on that abortion thing, you know, like what about like let's say you have somebody that is known, people know that like she is not capable of raising a child. She, you know, back in and out of it mentally, you know, you know, but she's promiscuous. She's sexually active, and she gets pregnant with a child. Is it right to make someone like that that's capable that will possibly harm this child inside of her?
See, but
You
that's
know,
dangerous
to
ground.
Okay, well, technically, by Roe versus Wade, because of the fact if she is diagnosed bipolar with mental illness or anything like that, it would be acceptable for her to have abortion because it would potentially affect her mental health directly.
So, but from your point of view, Deuce, that would depend on who's making that decision, right? And so that would be scary situation and slippery slope, because when you want to go back to eugenics and people saying that certain people aren't, you know, they shouldn't make babies, you know what I'm saying? Then that, you know, it'll be like a bureaucracy or whatever deciding on who can make babies and who can't. So I think
I mean,
that
I
would be
didn't mean it. I
dangerous.
didn't mean.
There
I
are
didn't mean it
certain
in that.
truths to that statement. However wrong it is to, there are people that shouldn't have babies. Maybe I'm going to say this more together than individually because of what could potentially happen. And this is beyond the usual family, you know, keep it in the family kind of thing. But I'm not saying that on a eugenics level. I'm saying that on a, you know, this is kind of why people used to be blood tested back in the day.
Yeah, but I don't like that going down that road. I get your argument,
No,
Deuce.
it is a difficult road. I agree.
I agree. I get your argument, Deuce, but that starting that road is gonna end at a really ugly place.
Well, no, I wasn't meaning it in the fact that like she doesn't deserve to have a baby. No, what I was saying is that this woman who deals with this mental illness and have these issues, she's promiscuous, and you know, she gets pregnant and she's showing signs and telling people
Dixie, are
that
you
she
scratching
wants,
all
she
out
wants,
from underneath the counter?
you know, that she wants to hurt herself or
All that
remove this
anxiousness, and you
baby
weren't scratching. Why are you now?
to remove this baby out of her. You know, like is she therefore forced because of the way the laws is she therefore forced to hold this baby, or she commit the ultimate? Is she gonna be now facing, you know, jail time because she did, you know, it on her own?
I think you're
You
making
know,
the argument for Roe versus Wade, because
yeah, I mean that's where I was going. That's where I was going with it. Like I feel like, you know, there was a lot of factors and them throwing this whole thing out that I don't think that they considered, you know, because there's people that deal with different mental illnesses and things of that nature, and they are sexually active or promiscuous, and them being pregnant and them battling, you know, whatever it is that they're dealing with, you know, now they're pregnant. They're like, I don't want this. This is not what I wanted. And then they go and hurt themselves or hurt the baby, you know, or whatever. You know, it's like, why would you force someone like that, even though they're sexually active? Why would you like force somebody like that to keep this child and then serve them a prison sentence because they decided to do an abortion on their own?
well, let
You
me
know,
let me
like,
tell you what the you know, the ugly answer would be is to get those people fixed, right? You know, I'm not condoning this. I don't even like it when people do it to animals, and it's so true because of my animals. I never get them fixed. You know, I want them to at least freaking soil their royal oats in this bitch. You know, So I don't agree with that at all. But what I'm saying is that will be an answer that they would say. You get what I'm saying? Okay, let them be promiscuously, let them be sexually active. Just make sure that they can't make babies. So then there's ethics with that. That again, that road is horrible. But the Roe versus Wade is the middle, like Doc was saying. It's the compromise, so that that person, hopefully they can be of sound mind. Someone can influence them around them to hopefully make the best decision in the situation. This is tough stuff right here. This is a real touchy subject. This is this is life and death, literally.
And like I say, I am not a fan of abortion. I really don't like it. I don't believe in it. But we have to come to a compromise when it comes to a 9-month incubation of a symbiote in another fucking body. That's
because
that's reaching some bad shit too.
Because the mom is the part that I think,
and any compromise that does not have exceptions for rape, incest, major deformities is completely off the table because it's not a compromise.
And the
no one should ever be forced in those situations.
When they have those
statement
ones where the womb, where the egg fertilizes in the wrong spot in the fallopian tube or somewhere, whatever the hell, all those
that is potential death and stuff for the mother. That should be covered under that's one that they can't really say anything about.
They still push against those.
No, they try, yeah. But at the same time, you realize that you do know about what they were trying to do. They were talking about abortion up to birth, and they were talking about pre or post womb abortions, where they would potentially leave the child to the side and not tend it because it was not born, it was aborted.
That is extremism, and
extreme, and it may be exaggerated because the sources that I am getting this from tend to do that. Yeah, but I do know for a fact that I watched videos where up to birth abortions should be legalized.
Yeah, that's extremism. But the laws that they were passing in like Texas and other states, I think,
is also extremism.
And they wasn't taking into account the part of the argument that I really want to harp on is the mom, because they talk about the life of the child. Yes, well, the mom is a life too, and it's like they're leaving that part all the way out of the argument. It's like
this is why everyone's trying to say, when does it become a life? Is it a life at conception? Oh, it's just a cluster of cells. Oh, this. Oh, that. That's why Roe vs. Wade set it up pretty well. It's like you've got this first little trimester where it's not really much of anything, and you've got a choice. And then you've got the second one where, okay, now we're getting serious here. Unless there's a serious freaking issue, we need to let this go on. And then you've got the last one where it's like, no, unless you're going to die or all shit's going to go off the rails, no.
And that's what the hospitals and nurses and stuff, that's what they're going to be telling the mom.
And by the way, that's a very generic interpretation of Roe vs. Wade, so please don't scathe me for it.
Because there are some second trimester abortions.
There's a whole other different things and stuff like that involved in the compromise.
But like I say, those nurses and doctors, all of them, they're going to be that's exactly what they're going to be telling them, And I think that's you know, I mean, it's not optimum. This is not, you know, there's nothing good
You know,
about.
this is a compromise that was made by. It's a compromise made by hundreds of doctors saying that these are the levels of development and stuff like that, and you know, I'm going to put religious fanatics to the side and to put the my choice, my body, fuck you, I don't give a damn, I'll have them if I want to, people on aliens removed from this conversation. Just like anyone says blah blah blah, all the ones we've already disqualified those. That leaves some reasonable friggin' stuff.
Let me play just a little bit of this, because I'm trying to get some Amina in here. I know she talks some more, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah.
So this is what I was gonna get to. So what if it happens? In the video, they was talking about, you know, I mean, well, anyways, basically it'll be illegal to have an abortion, like basically in the whole United States. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we'll be.
No, I mean, based on because I mean, it really is illegal for the United States, based on the Constitution, to deny anyone those rights. But it's still the states' rights. Like you can't take the.
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that that's what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? They, you know, like these people will be screaming.
Happening.
Yeah,
it's already happening.
So these people will be screaming the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution. They don't really care about the Constitution. They just care about, like I say, fucking controlling women's bodies.
I think it's also interesting when we think about just the Roe v. Wade case, that this case was its founding principle, what they kind of supported it in was the due process and the 14th Amendment, saying we have right to privacy, have right to our bodies. And so we have to think about this. If this case can possibly get overturned, then any cases after that, or any cases entrenched in this idea of we have a right to privacy, are up for question.
Right.
And now people can start bringing up other things that, okay, if the is it Alito? Alito said anything, we don't have, Americans aren't entitled to rights that are not explicitly or like, you know, granted by the Constitution, aren't a part of our history's longstanding tradition. When he says something like that, and he says, okay, we made the wrong decision as far as our federal oversight with this, you know, with the Roe versus Wade case. Now, if he's challenging this idea of right to privacy, and that no, Americans aren't entitled to rights that are beyond what the Constitution gives, then that attacks other ones. So the women's rights issue is very important. Roe v. Wade is a very important case, but there are implications and consequences if this gets overturned for more of the population than you think. So you can think about this as a women's rights issue, but this is going to snowball into a bigger issue, especially with these justices that are more willing to, if they, you know, they're hopping on this, and literally your due process, your right to privacy is being attacked, then imagine what else is going to be attacked.
That's my dun 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 mic drop. Cause look how many other situations we're talking about right to privacy. Because wasn't that the argument related to the Roe versus Wade whole thing? And so she's saying that more than just, you know, abortion, it's going down that road of attacking privacy rights. Because if that one gets overturned, then they're gonna look at other ones, and they already been wedging on that ever since 9/11. They've been pushing more and more related to that. lack of privacy. Did I lose y'all?
Not me. I'm still here.
Yeah. So this video got almost 200 views, which is pretty good for me.
Yeah.
I think it was because of the robust argument related to abortion and then having Amina there.
Yeah.
So I got another one. Sheriff Deputy Catfish Murders.
Other enough to not trample or want to trample on others just to be able to, prove your own.
Looks like we got us another hit. Yep.
Let me play some more. Let me play some of this other crazy story right here. If y'all haven't heard this.
The daughter of the slain family from Riverside, Michelle Blandon, spoke for the first time since the horrific murders of her parents and sister on Friday. Gina Silva reports.
I think this horrific tragedy can happen here, our neighborhood, in our community. It can happen anywhere.
Holding back tears, Michelle Blandon makes an emotional plea after her parents, Sherry and Mark Winnick, and her younger sister, Brooke Winnick, were killed in what police are calling a catfishing triple homicide in Riverside.
Parents, please know your child's online activity. Ask questions about what they are doing and whom they are talking to.
Investigators say this man, Austin Lee Edwards, a 28-year-old former Virginia State Trooper and New Jersey, was active online pretending to be a teenager.
This horrific event started with an inappropriate online romance between a predator and a child.
Edwards drove from North Chesterfield, Virginia to Riverside, and on Friday, November 25th, detectives say Edwards arrived at the Winnick home, killed 69-year-old Mark and his 65-year-old wife, Sherry, and their 39-year-old daughter, Brooke. Then investigators say Edwards set the house on fire and left with the teenage girl he had developed an online relationship with.
We don't know yet if she was threatened, coerced. We're not describing it as a kidnapping at this point, but we also don't have any reason to believe that she was complicit in any of these murders or the fire as well.
A neighbor who saw Edwards leaving with the girl and noticed the house was on fire immediately called for help.
Making that call from that neighbor saved my niece's life. And that neighbor is a hero in our eyes.
Edwards was involved in a shootout with San Bernardino Sheriff's deputies while trying to flee. But the coroner's report states Edwards died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Catfishing led to the deaths of the 3 most important people in my life. My dad, my mom, and my sister. They are forever in my heart, and I miss them deeply.
The family has set up a GoFundMe account to help the Winnick family, specifically the 2 teenage daughters who were left without their mother and grandparents. The young victim targeted by Edwards is now in the custody of Child Protective Services, and we have been told she is receiving trauma counseling. I'm Gina Silva.
Crazy story. So the guy was a sheriff deputy. That means he worked for the sheriff's department.
Mm-hmm. I hear stuff like this, it just kind of, where was this dude's dad? Well, because a lot of times like this, the guy's dad probably grew up in the same house with his dad and his mom and this, that, and the other, but they didn't have a real connection. And this kid didn't have enough examples, or the communication barriers need to be, because a relationship is a relationship, and regardless of what type, there's got to be communication in there. And for you to get to a point where you're catfishing teenagers, that is serious communication failure. That is It's so.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. Anyways, so yeah, that was a messed up ass story right there. The title of it was Sheriff Deputy Catfish Murders. Can y'all hear me? Something weird just happened.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can't never tell sometimes.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Let's do a couple more. This one is Witch Feminism is the name of it. It got 97 views. Right around 100.
Because if we understood those things more than what we do now, like most of us probably wouldn't be obese and dealing with diabetes and heart disease, like all these different
mental
diseases.
Illness.
Yes.
So I can give my voice a break. So, but I'm not gonna. Hopefully, it's not gonna put you to sleep. Been looking for this damn videos to explain what I'm trying to say.
Witches have always been somewhat feminist. We have been fighting for the right to be treated correctly.
Witches are what men like Donald Trump are afraid of.
Witches. The word immediately conjures up certain images in our minds. But what does it really mean to be a witch today? Salem, Massachusetts, a place known for trying and executing accused witches, is now affectionately called Witch City. And it seems that a growing number of young women and some men are being drawn to a brand of witchcraft. And it's political.
I use the term witch to describe myself. I usually cite the acronym Woman in Total Control of Herself. I am the owner of House Witch, Home and Healing in Salem, Massachusetts. I practice witchcraft. I pull tarot cards. I have crystals everywhere. I make shrines. I cast spells. I meditate. But it's sort of a political distinction, and I think it speaks to my radical feminism.
Both male and female witches are studying the craft under a longtime Salem witch, clairvoyant, Lorelei. You'll notice a significant difference in how the more traditional witches look and practice.
I'm what you call a natural witch. I started at about 12. My mother practiced. The thing about the new word feminist, it's a great thing, but it's something that we've been doing for years. So we're maybe a little different than the younger generation. We may not be as hardcore. I still want a gentleman to open the door for me. And being the man, maybe we always have romance, lust, and trust. So motivate. A spell basically is a prayer to the universe. You have chalices full of water. You have candles, something that represents the god, the goddess, just like you pray in church.
After the election, especially, I think what the witch is good for is being a force of divine feminine power. And witches are what men like Donald Trump are afraid of. So it's like this perfect symbol.
Around Erica's store has formed a coven made up of astrologists, Reiki masters, and healers, including Erica's fiance, Melissa, who does Salem witch tours with a feminist focus.
I wonder why they chose to use Donald Trump
and trendy
as an example of fear.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm confused. Like they said, it's like, witches are something that, Donald Trump is afraid of. I mean, is she saying that because she's around a bunch of Democrats or there's nobody that wants to, the make. I don't know. It's just I wish I had more context to why she said that, but it's
well.
I mean,
all I can say, I can't speak for her, but she said that her view of being a witch was a political statement. She said she's a radical feminist. That was the other lady. They're flipping through they was on the part right now. It was a different group, but that was the other lady, and they went back to her. But she said that her being a witch, she said woman in total control of herself. witch, and she said it's a political statement and it's ultra feminist.
They've been women in total control of themselves. The TH, I guess, at the end. I mean, it's what? Or herself.
So yeah, so there goes Pat being the Republican conservative. Since they're like, why they gotta throw Trump name in there? Like, what Trump got to do with any of this?
No, I absolutely agree. She actually completely discredited herself by doing that. I'm like, oh yeah, so you're one of those plagans. You know, not pagan, but plagan.
Yeah. So Pat had to be.
I'm a Wiccan. My religion has been around since forever. No, your religion was first published by David Gardner in 1956. Shut the fuck up and go away.
Yeah. And you don't even know what you're talking about either. Like, just shut up, please. And it don't have anything to do with politics at all. Like, please
I'm
stop.
a witch. I surround myself with crystals and candles and all things like that. But yeah, possessions consider and hold your energy and make it harder to project. I mean, come on.
They don't know what they're doing at all. It's like
But
what they
there's
say in the
also
Bible.
there are different views. There are different views. I mean,
Some of them know stuff, but these chicks in this video don't. Clearly, by what they're saying.
Actually, the Donald Trump chick is a plagan.
Yeah. So,
the
but that
one with
other
the hard,
lady,
the one with the hard New York, New Jersey accent, I need to see a little more on her.
Yeah,
but
she
she
seems-
knows a hell of a lot more about what's going on than the
Than
other
that-
chick does.
yeah. Let me play some more.
Self, I got. All right, well, whatever. Well, okay. I mean, would it be in a political thing? I mean, because I'm assuming that. I mean, that wouldn't be just, you know, if it's a patriarchal type thing. I would say there's going to be some Democrats are just as afraid. I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know.
Hold on, let me see. Let me play some more of this.
Embracing
Okay,
the
my
word
bad. I thought you had saw it
has been
already.
used to ignite fear and shame. The Salem witch trials of colonial Massachusetts started just when Europe's so-called witch craze was beginning to wind down. A combination of limited resources, of family rivalries, and extremely strict religious practices set the foundation for Puritans to blame the devil and quote-unquote devil worshippers for their problems. And more than 200 people, mostly widows or women with bad reputations, were accused of being witches, and 20 were executed. It wasn't until early 20th century that women's magazines started portraying witches as beautiful and desirable. This trend continued with the success of the TV show Bewitched in the 60s. The 60s also brought us a feminist group, Women's International Terrorist Conspiracy from Hell, or WITCH, who protested patriarchy by carrying out witch-themed political stunts. In 1985, Wicca, an offshoot of witchcraft, was recognized as a religion by the United States. In recent years, we've seen witches and non-witches publicly reclaiming the title.
The powerful are scared of this figure who has like traditionally been pretty powerless, but now that's not the case.
Whether it's Trump or just, all these like sexual assault cases, do you think that actually ends up creating more witches?
Totally. The Me Too movement, that's what you're seeing. It's dark. It feels bad. And now this is the only way that we're going to start to heal it, is by, ripping this Band-Aid off and all coming together. And to me, that sounds like a coven of witches.
As young people become less religious in this country, witches like Lorelai and Erica continue to see their covens grow.
I love that witchcraft is getting big. I don't really make the distinction between like somebody who's like just doing it on social media and then somebody who's like a real practitioner, because I think that at any point in time, those two can switch. To people who don't think that it's real feminism or real witchcraft.
Wow.
I say, like, who made you in charge of what is feminism and what is witchcraft?
I would say you're a little crazy.
It doesn't matter if you view it this way or this way. You're going to switch eventually. So either way, I could hate you because Trump. So mote it be.
Let me see. I think it was some comments. All right, we got comments.
Well, I don't know. It kind of sparked a different kind of thought for me. Like it's probably going to take it out the subject. So I don't know because it's got something to do with Orlando Brown and some of the stuff he said. But I think it does deal with some witchcraft of some sort. Probably more of a diabolical evil type. But he says some outlandish things that. We don't know. I don't know if to really say that like this dude is just insane or if he's seen some of these things for real. And because I saw a clip today, one of those reels that passed on YouTube is like Bill Cosby is Walt Disney, and because I guess they're talking about some of the sexual behavior that he's had over the years. And it's tagged, Orlando Brown, Bill Cosby, and what's her name? The little baby girl that played on the show, Raven. Raven from I'm So Raven, or whatever.
Raven Simone.
Yeah. So this is an involvement. That's something that happened there, and he said, I say that Bill Cosby did it because I saw the video.
What'd you say?
Say, Chaka pulled the doc. That chick, in there's like, oh, that name.
Yeah. I can't hear myself that good. Okay. Let me do like one more. I think I skipped over one. Did I do Iowa teacher? Because that one has more views than the other one. Iowa teacher killed by student story.
Yeah.
So that's horrible ass story right here.
Beloved high school teacher found slain in a park. Now comes another shock. These two students charged with her slaying. 66-year-old Noema Graber taught Spanish at Fairfield High School in Iowa.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas noches.
She was recently praised by a student during National Teacher Appreciation Week.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, Mrs. Graber. Thank you for all that you do in and out of the classroom. We really appreciate how much fun we have in your class and how much Spanish we learn. And we just hope you have a really good day. Gracias.
She's a classy lady. She was a dedicated lady. She cared deeply about the kids as people.
The teacher was reported missing on Wednesday. Her body was found under a tarp in the park later that day. Police say the two accused boys knew that she took a stroll in the park every day and that they were waiting to ambush her.
Damn.
The cause of death is said to be a blow to her head. Chaden Miller and Jeremy Gooddale are charged with first-degree homicide. This photo shows Miller and his sisters reenacting the famous painting American Gothic. And this video shows a young Gooddale during Christmas.
Tons of fun.
In a Facebook posting, the slain teacher's son says, "I forgive them and feel sorry that they had that anger in their hearts. There's no point in being angry at them. My mother was an angel of a woman and was one of the kindest souls." Fairfield High School has 522 students. Mrs. Graber taught there for 9 years. The school was closed today to allow staff and students to mourn.
According to court documents, a friend of the suspects gave police social media communications that had details about a motive for the killing, but authorities are not making that information public.
A beloved high school.
Damn, bro, that's some. Let me read some. DL Hughley post this. He being messy.
So in a way,
read some. Go ahead.
I'm looking at it and not meaning to sound like a crappy person, but Sounds like they caught a couple of fucking shooters a little early.
That's one way to look at it. But still, somebody
Could-
died.
If they're that angry, you know it was going to spiral to something big because they could get by with it. Because they thought they could get by with that.
Yeah. Well, good thing that they didn't, and they got caught up behind it.
Broken people. Oh wait, or maybe we should ban baseball bats.
Yeah. And my cold dead hands, huh? Yeah. We had the gun argument a few times. Pat's on the same side with you. I'm on cold dead hands. Let me play a little bit more comments. It says, MAGA children, I bet. Another comment says, and y'all think violence only happens in hip hop and the black community. Let me read another comment. What the F is wrong with them? I guess the grade was worth the prison time. Another comment says, F that, I would never forgive. Another comment, here comes the white tears, pre-trial intervention, first-time offender program, probation, RP mama.
They may
Another
got an
comment,
F
it
in the
says,
class.
probably
They're
had
going to be getting a D in prison.
nothing to do with the grades and more to do with her skin color or her accent too. Both. Let me read another comment. It says, why is it only homicide? Should be first degree murder. It was premeditated. Another comment, what the F? It's a shame how little some teenagers value a human life. Shaking my head. What's the penalty for expulsion? Burning your house down with your family in it? Another comment, it says, they couldn't just cheat like regular kids. Another comment, probably serve time until they're 21 and then be free. Another comment, where the parents, what are they trying to say? Parade them all over the news and social networks like they do others. 6 times we're in, bring back sanity and value. It is a crazy world. Another comment, and it says, America hates us, hates black people, hates anyone who isn't white, and fanatically religious Christian. Another comment, it says, who raised these kids? Yeah, just a effed up story. So that's probably why that one got views. Just, I don't know. I like to be careful about making stuff that can be considered horror porn or whatever. I don't want to be making that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm about getting ready to wrap it. I wanted to do this video about the differences between, where is it? I don't see it. It's the differences between Roman Catholicism and Orthodox Catholicism. There it is. It says Western Christianity versus Eastern Christianity, which is like Orthodox versus Catholic. I wanted to cover that, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it to it because I feel like I'm losing y'all. One of the other videos I did well was the Who is Thomas Sowell video. Texas prisons are hot death. That was an honorable mention. It's another one, like, I skipped it. I didn't put it on here, but it was that lady who ran for office. She was a black Republican lady, and me and Doc did a segment on it. Looking for it, I don't see it. But that one did a good number of views too.
You don't have a way to sort it by most views?
If I'm under the right screen, because let's see. But I'll still have to scroll because I did a bunch of ads. Let's see, how do I go? How do I do that? It's in.
Hi. How are you doing, Rorschach?
It's in. What is it in? Hold on.
Yeah, you need to look up there. That. No. I don't want to see your balls.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
You're gonna look at balls tonight. It's New Year's.
Hey, my cat has decided he wants to join the show. I tried to give him a little love a minute ago, but he just is like, it's like, hey, here you go. Here is my chocolate starfish. I'm gonna wink at you. Well, come over here.
You're gonna see some balls tonight. Let me tell you. Where the hell Pat go?
I think I put Pat to sleep.
Yeah, I was about to say he probably sleep.
Look at that. There's Rorschach. That's my kitty boy.
That's a good looking cat.
He's shy. Look at that. Look at that up there. He's like, no.
Man, I gotta freaking get Lana back. Good God.
Whoa, what happened?
Nothing, man. Oh, life, bad stuff. She's
Yeah.
still alive. I know where she is. She's safe.
So this list right here, I don't know if y'all can see on the screen. Oh, Jerry Jones. That's another movie clip I missed. The Jerry Jones clip. Let's play some of that. Hold on. Can I go to it through here? I don't even think I can go through it through here. Yeah, that one did like 200 views. How did I miss that? Y'all give me a second because I gotta figure out how to even find this shit right now.
Yeah.
I didn't pull it up before. Here he goes. Oh, shit, hold on. Fuck, I fucked it up. Oh. Okay. Let me play this.
I'm very, very fond of Jerry Jones, and I'm not hiding that from anybody. Is his record perfect? No. But I'm pissed off because he doesn't deserve what just happened. He doesn't deserve it. One report said he was 14 years old. Another report said he was 15 years old. At minimum, that's 65 years old. Let me say this. I'm pissed off, but not for reasons that people would think. I'm very, very fond of Jerry Jones, and I'm not hiding that from anybody. Is his record perfect? No. But I'm pissed off because he doesn't deserve what just happened. He doesn't deserve it. One report said he was 14 years old. Another report said he was 15 years old. At minimum, that's 65 years old. Let me say this.
Okay, this guy. He kind of redeemed himself a couple weeks ago or a week ago, whatever, when he was talking about Kanye West. But there he goes again. Back to the boot licking. Back to the butt sucking. I love Jerry Jones.
I know I'm not doing that, but I guess that's the same boat that I would be in, because it's like, bro, like some things, like, you know, like, okay, you want it, like I said, if we have if this is something we're trying to do, all right, look, don't be half stepping, go on and go all the way through with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's overall like.
I love Massa. Why y'all doing that to him? Y'all leave Massa alone.
You gonna drink this or not?
I want to play this. Have you heard about the flack that Jerry Jones is getting? Because it's a picture that showed up, and he was in the picture, and this was a group of kids who were heckling other kids for going to school, like these were black kids or whatever, and it's like no integration type shit. And Jerry Jones was in the picture, and so he's catching flack about that. Have you heard about that?
No.
Well, this is him talking about it. Let me play it.
I had no idea when I walked up there what we were doing, and it just is a reminder to me of how to improve and do things the right way.
So what did you think of the crowd who, these kids were just trying to go to school? There was a whole lot of people, a lot of hostility.
Yeah, you want to ask me what I was thinking? Okay, I was thinking about I'm going to get in trouble for being up here, and I didn't know what was going on, and I was 15 years old. And so having said that, that's all that I can remember.
Gary, your thoughts on the Washington Post article and how the picture they painted of you in the picture when you were 14 years old?
Yeah, that was, 65 years ago, and a curious kid. I didn't know at the time the monumental event really that was going on, and I'm sure glad that we're a long way from that. I am, and we just that would remind me just continue to do everything we can to not have those kinds of things happen.
Any regrets just being in the photo, being there at all?
What?
Any regrets on being in the photo, being there at all?
Well, I wouldn't hug that up for sure. I mean, seriously, but that was curiously, I got criticized because I was more interested in how I was going to be punished by my coaches and everybody for being out front. But nobody there had any idea, frankly, what was going to take place. You didn't. We didn't have all the last 70 years of reference and all the things that were going. And so you didn't have a reference point there. Still, I've got a habit of sticking his nose in the right place at the wrong time.
Did you get in trouble with your coach for being there?
I sure did.
What was the punishment?
Well, I was a young sophomore trying to make the team, and they kicked my ass.
Jerry, it came after the Little Rock situation at Little Rock Central, right? That photo and that incident.
Excuse me?
That incident came after the situation in Little Rock Central.
Well, that was North Little Rock,
right?
Which was literally just 2 or 3 miles away.
Was it the same day as Little Rock Central that it came?
As I recall, it was certainly in proximity with it. Those were certainly the issues that were going on, but did not have the structure or it was not the event that the central thing was.
Jerry, do you understand the perception that people have when you're standing there? Because that was not exactly a welcoming committee that day.
Yeah, I sure do. And I understand that. I've just understand it. Yes.
So for the people that look at that and say you were a part of that, and you're saying you were curious, and other people are saying, well, this was a crowd, basically,
Look, that was 65 years ago, and I had no idea when I walked up there what we were doing, and it just is a reminder to me of how to improve and do things the right way.
So what did you think of the crowd who, these kids are just trying to go to school? There's a whole lot of people, there's a lot of hostility.
Yeah, you want to ask me what I was thinking? Okay, I was thinking.
Yeah, I think he's telling the truth when he said that, no one knew what the significance was of that event or that moment or whatever. I'm sure he's telling the truth with that. But the part where he said we didn't know what we were doing over there, I think he's fucking full of shit with that part. They knew what the fuck. They came over there to give them kids a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I guess there's maybe some judgment you could make on him, but I mean, especially somebody. He said he was a sophomore. Was he a sophomore in high school or this was
He's
high school?
14, 15, so he had to be in high school.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a kid who he's a child that was influenced by people who were, a product of their surroundings. And, I mean, I mean, I think some of these people need to be caught, checked on it. But as far as like really trying to, harm them because of something that happened, he said 65 years ago. So, I mean, dang.
I'm not giving him a pass on that. 15, 16 years old, your ass know what the hell your ass is doing. Like, okay? Like, as far as this, like, you may not know what's going on in the world, but this dude knew what was going on as far as giving those other kids a hard time. So, and if I was a white kid at this time, and there was some black kids going to the school, and they were like, hey, we want to go over here and give them a hard time about freaking going to school because we don't want these black kids at our white school. I would not be involved in that. So I think that this is a show of his character. Okay, he was 15 and 16 years old. I'm okay with that. I give him a pass as far as he was young, but this shows his character. You know what I'm saying? And we know that the freaking
now,
NFL,
even still to this day, up to this day.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, because at 15, 16-year-old, my daughter is out there at a rally that's cussing out some other kids who was another race or whatever the hell it was. I'm going to be on her ass, and I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
So you think? Because I mean, the statement that he made is like, at that time we didn't have all the knowledge that we have of experiences throughout the last 70 years.
That's
cop out.
He didn't understand the significance of the moment. I give him that. But
I mean, so that's the whole point. Like, and you got to think, like, I mean, your kids right now think the way they do mostly because of what you taught them.
Yeah, well, exactly. So, what was his parents teaching him? If they was okay with him going to some rally over here,
I don't think it's hard to understand, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, to try to say that this man, like I said, come on, like, I don't believe in racism or anything like that either. But you got to also think that, like, this dude, I mean, 65 years ago, like, nope, like, not even my mama is the same person. She was, what I'm saying, thought the same way or whatever from 60 years ago or 50 years ago, because he's, I'm sure, a little bit older. But, bro.
Yeah, I'm not giving him a pass. I'm sorry. I think it's a character issue. And look at the NBA. Look at the NFL anyways. Look at the NFL. It's a damn plantation. How many owners are not white in the NFL? You know what I'm saying? And remember when the Colin Kaepernick thing happened and all the shit? Jerry Jones was freaking cheerleader on this stuff. And freaking what did he do? He had all of them come out together and they all kneeled together. Like, these my niggas. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. I know better.
I know he thought.
So what do y'all think?
Because I don't think Deuce and Doc, I don't think y'all was in on this conversation when we were talking about, I don't remember if we went on and talked about it, and maybe one of y'all was there, but yeah, the whole thing with Jerry Jones and, just because of the photo that popped up and then all the backlash he got, that's what that interview was, him like answering that because it had turned into a thing.
Biden looked a camera in the eye couple of years ago and said, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. But this guy doesn't get a pass for something he did when he was 16?
Shit, Biden don't get a pass. Not for me.
He
I
did
was.
get passed in the black community because look at who went out and fucking voted for him.
Yep.
Look who ran out there and voted for him. And then on top of that, he's on camera back in the day telling you as a black person that your kids don't deserve to go and be amongst white kids at the same schools. Cracking down on black communities and things of that nature. But everybody black went out there and voted for him. Why? Because they put in your head that Trump was a racist. And Biden all of a sudden ain't racist no more because he was vice president with Obama, who didn't give a shit about black people.
Yep. I can't argue with none of that. The black community is a trip when it comes to that shit.
I feel like our community, bro, our black community, we so quick to forgive, you know what I'm saying? But we pick and choose who we want to hold accountable for racism, or being a racist, which is fucked up. It's either you gonna hold everybody accountable, or you ain't gonna hold nobody accountable. You know what I'm saying? He was heckling some kids, which is fucked up. I don't agree with that shit, but come on, man. We've had more racist motherfuckers do shit. The leader of our country, and all the black folks went out there. Hey, if you want to say, hey, I feel like them kids that Jerry Jones was heckling because I got heckled because I voted for Trump. I voted for him based off of the industry that I'm in. You know what I'm saying? This industry, trucking industry, as you can tell, we suffer under the Democratic administration.
Yeah.
And so many people, so many families, so many people are losing their businesses, dude, that can't put food on their table, that's driving for pennies on the fucking dollar, under this motherfucker. That's racist. That's a deplorable person right there. Biden, if you ask me. The little shit Jerry Jones did, I ain't giving nobody a pass, but that bullshit right there don't mean shit. Look at what Biden has done to our communities for fucking decades, bro. This nigga gonna die doing fucked up shit to us, but you know what? We ran black. I ain't gonna say we, because I didn't vote for the motherfucker.
I didn't vote for him either.
Our black folks ran out there and voted for him, but they want to hold Jerry Jones. He was heckling some black kids out of school, this and this and that. But y'all not talking about what y'all fucking party leader has done for decades.
Yeah, I really can't argue with none of that. I don't give either one of them a pass. And that's just where I stand on it. And we were talking about Biden on the show, and we talk about it all the time. And him talking about you ain't black if you don't vote for me, like. And that didn't get him like canceled or whatever. Like, what the hell? That didn't, that it did. What did it do? Did it help his vote count in the black community? Did more black people vote for him after he said that? Because they're like, okay, I guess so. I'm not black if I don't vote for Biden. I guess I have to vote for Biden then. I don't know. I don't know. That topic is probably not where I was trying to go with it. But yeah, so the community was hard on Jerry Jones, but they're not trying to. I get your argument with that. They're not trying to freaking they run right out there and vote for Biden.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, that's the biggest issue, and that's probably why I don't have many friends, bro, because I'm not jumping on everybody bandwagon. You know what I'm saying? Like the shit that we want to call racist and this and that, we want to stand up for certain things, but not all things. Like, don't give, If y'all feel this way about Jerry Jones, then y'all need to feel this way about all the rest of these fucking racist motherfuckers that blatantly being racist in your face. But we laugh at it. Oh yeah, he's gonna. Oh, like Biden, he said that you ain't black if you don't vote for me. That's so funny. That's my president. Go, Prez. He black. That motherfucker black. If you ask me, Trump was more black than him. Trump remind me of one of the old heads in the neighborhood that sit out on the porch and watch every fucking thing and tell the motherfucker just how it is.
I'm still kind of leaning towards Slick Willie being the first black president, not Obama.
Yeah, Bill Clinton. Yeah, and a lot of people do say that. He was on what was that show? And he played the saxophone, Arsenio Hall show. I was sitting there watching that live when that was happening, and that did have an impact on me.
Well, I'm just saying, bro, we gotta stop, and that's why we get fucked over. You know what I'm saying? Because we pick and choose what's racist, what's not, who we gonna attack, who we gonna cancel, but we let other shit slide.
Well, here's what we have to ask ourselves ultimately. Is offense given or offense taken?
Well, if it's when y'all talking about Biden and Clinton, then we're talking about like policies. We're talking about legislation. So like that's not, necessarily taking offense. That's being attacked.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. When we get offended with people and stuff like that, everybody in this offense culture right now, how much of this offense is taken and not actually given?
I get it.
Because
that's why it should be free for the speech should be more free on the internet. And I get it where they be talking about bullying and they could control that in certain ways. But as far as like,
direct ad hominem attacks, yeah, spank them fuckers for it.
But everybody to turn into, a bunch of snowflakes where, just because somebody's online saying some stuff, it's like, okay, well, the dude said some stuff, like, whatever. You don't have to agree with it or whatever. I don't know. But then there's a fine line with that. I saw a story recently in the news where they found a whole bunch of pamphlets in the museum district of like anti-Semitism type stuff, like hate Jews type stuff. This like pamphlets for people to read, trying to get, drum up hate for a certain group.
Hey, I got a question. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I got a question, man. And this is something I've been wanting to ask, but I never asked it because I don't want them to give you no strikes or nothing. But I just wonder, they crack down so hard on Kanye West and Kyrie Irving or anybody else that speak against this one particular, I'm not going to say race because they're not even a race, but these people, and we all know who they're talking about. Why they didn't do shit to David Duke now back in the day, and that's what they live by still to this day.
Well, David Duke,
to that group of people.
Well, David Duke was a bit blackballed or canceled, if you could, in that. Not it's different age now because of with the internet and stuff, but yeah, he was canceled. He was they wouldn't let him attend certain events. He would get boycotted and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they never really stopped his money. This dude is a millionaire.
Shit. Elon Musk just lost what they say $200 billion or some shit.
Let me play this. This is the last clip I'm gonna play, and this is kind of on the subject of what you just mentioned, so it's perfect segue.
Put this shit on the internet, dog.
Yeah, I don't think I would have
But hey,
posted
man,
it.
people do it. People do it. All the time. So,
Were you going to tell me, or you just going to dance
Kyrie,
around?
Louis Farrakhan talking about Kyrie.
Yeah. Yeah.
To start with Brother Kyrie. What did he do wrong? What did he do?
Like, really? What did he do?
He's searching for the knowledge of himself.
Yeah.
He's searching to know who he is, who he belongs to. What is his root in this world? And some of you that are persecuting him are the very ones that took away from him and from us the knowledge of self. You took our language, you took our culture, you took our history, you took our minds and inserted your mind into. I'd like to start with Brother Kyrie saying something that is anti-Semitic. And he kept telling you, I can't be anti myself. You didn't want to hear that.
No.
You know you came from us. You know that you are not the father of humanity. We know our history and we know yours. We don't like what you're doing to Kyrie or to Ye. And when we see how you want to break him, destroy him, to keep him from saying anything that might enlighten our people, saying something, when you mess up his mind like that, he can't play. I saw the man playing ball the other day and he missed every shot, almost. He can't play with his mind in that state. And when his brother, Kevin Durant, said, I don't like none of this. He's not saying he don't like the movie. He's not liking what you're doing to a man who wasn't doing nothing against you, but searching for greater knowledge. And you decided to break him. So when you mess up, your day is soon coming. I'm asking you stop beating each other up in the public. Stop doing that. Your day is soon coming.
Man, bro.
Look,
that
part.
Those are
that
heavy
part.
words. Yeah, so this video got clicks too. It's like 6.5, like almost 7 minutes. What do y'all think? Happy 2023. Somebody said it's probably an ad, but whatever. What do y'all think about it? Farrakhan speaking on the Kyrie situation. I'll play some of my comments. Go ahead.
It really is. But that part right there is, you know, because like I don't agree with Shaq and Barkley and, you know, everybody else that has kind of weighed in, but all of that, we got to realize who we dealing with, to where like they, you know, they don't want to mess up. They check. They actually get paid. Like if they was to decide, look, I don't want to talk about this Kyrie thing. It's like, oh, so you want to be anti-Semitic too, huh? You want to go against us too? Like, this is the kind of stuff that these, you know, buck broken brothers already dealing with. So in order for them not to get publicly shamed and talked about and lose their money and this, that, and the other, they look, Kyrie just gonna have to get it. He don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the stance that they take. Am I saying that's right or that's wrong or whatever? No, I'm just telling y'all this is what it is. That's the reason why, like, there's no hesitation on these people talking shit about Kanye, Kyrie, anybody else that has come through and done anything similar, is because of who writes their checks. So, like I said, I ain't saying it's right or wrong, but the reason why it's like, you know what, he done put himself out there. Look, all right, what did I need to say? Oh, just go in, just say some shit. All right, you know, they go in and say whatever, and look, let's get this shit over with.
Man, I want to play part of this clip again, the one where he says he's searching for himself. Like,
our language, you took our culture, you took our history, you took our minds and inserted your mind into. I'd like to start with Brother Kyrie. What did he do wrong? What did he do? He's searching for the knowledge of himself. He's searching to know who he is, who he belongs to. What is his root in this world? And some of you that are persecuting him are the very ones that took away from him and from us the knowledge of self.
man, that is so heavy right there. It gives me chills. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It gives me chills. It's really about to bring a tear to my eye, because it's like, you know, Kyrie may not be all the way on point with what he's saying, but he's going down this road to discover, you know, and then you know, and then you have to think about why is he in this position where he has to go down. What y'all think? I'm probably gonna wrap it. There was that trend of them. Oh, it's one more couple. It's like one. It's shorts. I have right here. Hold on. Before we go, it's the last stuff right here. Let's see this.
Of Eudora. As you all are well aware, our city has been recently plagued with senseless acts of violence, which has led me to declare a state of civil emergency curfew, effective immediately for all citizens between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. The only exceptions would be for medical emergencies and for employment. The loitering statute will be strictly enforced during this time, and a copy of that statute can be picked up at City Hall. Should you be caught during curfew hours, you will be subject to being stopped and searched. Other agencies have been contacted in order to assist with this endeavor. There will be a town hall meeting on Thursday, December 29th at 6 p.m. at the Commerce Building to give an update to all citizens about the recent acts of violence that have occurred in our city. Please, ma'am, please, sir, your assistance is greatly appreciated and it is needed. If you have any information that can be used towards a possible arrest, please contact Bill Sadler of the Little Rock, Arkansas State Police, or call the Arkansas State Police tip hotline at 501-618-8000. Please help us bring these senseless acts of crime to a stop. Thank you. Greetings, everyone.
So, Tariq Elite posted this. His caption is, he says, "Is Eudora, Kansas, setting the precedent for purge-like curfews to be implemented in other cities in America?" That's interesting. This comment, it says, "This looks so weird, LOL." Another comment, it says, "Why this give me a hostage feel and they are making her read a ransom note?" Hold on. Another comment, "I think brother on the right is sending a coded message." He's talking about his eyes. Another comment, it says, "What's the demographics of Eudora? They're prepared while we doing tic-tac dances." Another comment, it says, "Why this look like a Taliban execution video?" Something creepy about it, definitely. Another comment, "Town of 1,700 people with multiple shootings leaves them with little choice. This is what one mother said. We as a community need to stand up." Alicia Henderson countered. Henderson's home was also shot on Christmas Eve. She has not returned since because the spray of gunfire almost hit her 6-year-old son. Sitting down playing his PS5 he got for Christmas and almost took a bullet to the head, she remembered. You have 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds carrying AR-15s. That's probably the whole police department in that video. What do you want them to do to try and rein in the violence? Okay.
This is in Eudora, Kansas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of
it's a little
Kansas.
college town, man. I done been to Eudora several times.
So she's implementing a curfew. What did she say? Between 6 and 8, 6 and whatever the time was.
Between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Okay. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's if this city is going haywire. I mean, they trying to keep their city under control. I mean, yeah, other cities can adopt that, but I mean, it's not necessary in all of those other cities they're talking. So I mean, I think some people are really kind of pushing, trying to make people really. It's just like fear tactics. They're telling you about these different things that's going on in these different cities instead of saying, "Hey, man, we need to get our stuff together." And because I mean, who knows what's been going on in Eudora? I mean, Kansas.
Well, when they said, that's kind of scary when they said 15-year-olds walking around with AR-15s, 14,
Yeah.
15. That's kind of scary.
Is that not something that needs to be under control?
Let me read a couple more comments. This one, it says, "They always put a sister in front to dish out their BS," shaking my head. Another comment, it says, "Won't fly elsewhere. Too much money is being made in nightlife and other industries as well in bigger metro areas. This is just a podunk town in Arkansas with nothing else going on." I don't know, bro.
Arkansas or Kansas?
Yeah, because I thought it was Arkansas from what I understood.
Oh, it's Arkansas. It says Eudora, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Oh, Eudora, Arkansas. Okay. Oh, there. I'm gonna say there's a Eudora, Kansas, but that's a little college town.
So yeah, for both sides of the argument, I mean, but the guy saying that it can't spread to other cities, I disagree.
No, it could spread to other cities, but is it necessary? Like, I mean, like, if you got kids running around with guns, like, your city already been out of control for somehow. 'Cause I mean, there's other cities where that's happening, but because shit, I know Baton Rouge is going crazy right now. I mean, I don't know if they just like walking around with these guns like that, but if they're implementing, trying to give curfews to try to bring things to a head, and getting regular average people who not causing problems off the street so that they can deal with those people who are out there at war. I mean, this is just something that's necessary. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. Let me read this comment. It says, "Man, this is why I tell y'all to prep. I got ammo, MREs, 5 to 10 year shelf life, water, and artillery. It's gonna start with little towns, then move to big cities, and pretty soon all over the country."
yeah, I mean, I would want to know what caused them to need to walk around like that with guns. Like, they militarizing the cities because I mean, drug problems. I mean, what's the real deal?
Let me read this one. It says, "Y'all, Eudora is poor. Average annual salary is like 20K. Yes, they're in a trailer. And every state has poor cities. Less than 2,500 people live there. It's all black. One store, one liquor store. She isn't saying they would be arrested. They're saying searched. I don't think it's okay to impose a curfew on adults, but for such a small city, it's a lot of kids getting shot out there."
Hey, what was the name of the place where the young guy became mayor? The 18-year-old dude. Was that in Arkansas?
Man,
Yeah,
don't
that
get
was
me no.
Arkansas.
Okay.
I
Huh?
want to say that was that was in Arkansas. Was it Earl, Arkansas?
Earl. Okay. I wonder. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember, but yeah, I think you're right, Earl.
Yeah. They have a TikTok trend where they're telling their parents that a famous person is dead. Oh, before I get to this, if can y'all see this screen? I don't know if Deuce is driving, but on this screen right here, it's showing the faces of high-profile deaths that happened in 2022. You got Queen Elizabeth. You got
The Pope. Takeoff.
Yeah, Takeoff. Bob Saget. Kirstie Alley.
Yep, we just saw the death of wait a minute.
Barbara Walters.
Yeah.
We did a whole segment on that yesterday.
Yeah, what's in Angela Lansbury? I thought she was already dead.
That's why I was looking at the Bob Saget one. I was like, I thought he was already dead. So, but this was a long ass year. It seems like ever since COVID, bro, so much stuff be happening that it's like it seems like it was 10 years ago and shit.
Sidney Poitier.
Yeah, Bob Saget. Bob Saget died this year.
Coolio, we didn't mention him. He's at the top.
Yeah.
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 Oh, girl, Tracy Braxton.
Yeah. Who is Tracy Braxton?
Tracy died?
Yeah, her right there with the red hair. That's Tony Braxton's sister. They used to sing in the group together before they all broke off.
Oh,
okay.
shit.
Not
How did she die?
I think she had some form of cancer.
Damn.
All right,
Yeah.
so it's not Tony.
It's her sister.
Yeah.
Some of these faces, I don't know who they are. I ain't gonna lie.
Bill Russell.
What's that?
So that's Bill Russell. Is
Let
that
me.
Machine Gun Kelly?
Nah, that's not Machine Gun Kelly. That's this rapper dude. He wasn't a rapper actually. He was a singer. He was a part of. It was like kind of like the Backstreet Boys type of group back in the day,
Oh,
and I
that's right.
think
Aaron. Is it Aaron Carter or whatever? Yeah.
I think that's the name. I suck at the names, but yeah, I recognize him because they were talking about that guy. Let me read the caption. It says, one would have to go back 100 years. No, it says, one would have to go back hundreds of years to find a monarch who reigned longer than Queen Elizabeth II. Her death was arguably the most high-profile death this year. Tap the link in the bio for a roll call of some influential figures who died in 2022. One comment, it says, takeoff deaths was more hurtful than the Queen for me. That's like the first comment. Another comment, it says, Irene Cara is missing. Another one, Irene Cara. Another one, it says, how do you have Robert Durst and not Ray Liotta? Another one, it says, I don't see Olivia Newton-John up there. Another one, it says, 2022 was not playing with celebrities. Yeah, so hold on, I got like a couple more. The freaking Tate, he's out. But this is a clip of the TikToks if y'all haven't seen them.
Holy shit!
What?
Simon Cowell dead at 63.
No, you're kidding.
Dolly Parton dies at 76.
Are you freaking? Are you serious?
Oh my god!
No, it was 40 degrees.
John Bon Jovi dead at 60.
Oh my God, Andy Cohen dead at 54.
What? Oh my God, Elton John dead at 75.
Are you kidding me?
I'm kidding.
That's 75.
Taylor Swift dead at age 33.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Mom, Harry Styles dead at 28.
Shut up.
No, I'm not. Mom.
Now that's one.
John Mayer dead at 45.
No.
Oh my God, Mama, Jennifer Lopez dead at 53.
No.
Oh my God, Drew Barrymore dead at 47.
No.
I'm kidding.
Sweetie, don't do that.
Y'all, Kris Jenner dead at 67.
What? Zac Efron dead at 35.
Stop. What the fuck?
What? Simon Cowell dead at 63.
So, and the internet is kind of mad at these. I don't like none of these trends. I never get on these damn TikTok trends. That's why I don't even like to watch the shit. I didn't even share it, but it was one where
Lord, go back to that picture.
it was one where Angela Bassett's son did. I don't know which one.
One more. Yeah, right there.
Angela Bassett's son did one on her, and the internet's all mad, and he did an apology about it. Anyways, it's a thing. Andrew Tate, I think that's the last one. Wait, it's this one too.
The global elites, the government, whatever you want to call them, they need men to be weak, fat, and compliant. Because when men are weak, fat, and compliant, they're easier to control. And how are they doing this? By feminizing them, by telling them it's okay to be emotional, by telling them to share their feelings. But that's just not going to get you anywhere in life. That's not how a man should be. A man should be strong. A woman should be able to lean on a man. He should be able to provide and protect for her so that she can then raise the next generation and be nurturing, whereas he can then go out and conquer the world and look after and protect her. And so when he is feminized, the government can then come in and take control of the family. There's no leadership anymore. The husband that's supposed to lead the woman and the children in the correct direction. But if there's no leadership, there's a vacuum for the government to come in and tell the family what to do. The global elites,
I think she's got a good point, but I don't really like where it leads to. That's one of those slippery slopes that I be talking about. But I think overall she does have a good point about the family structure and the government coming in and taking on the role of the man of the house. That's a problem. Dr. Boyce Watt, go ahead.
Isn't that the role that it's always somewhat been in? Because I mean, they never have to express or go to that extent if things stay in order. But if things come in order, I mean, you probably won't see the governor, but you definitely gonna see a police officer try to help you sort out your differences or take your ass to jail. So I mean,
yeah, but we're talking about the household. We're talking about
I get that. That's what I'm saying. Like, somebody's gonna come in and make sure that whatever's going on in this house, or if the child is having issues, I mean, ultimately they take him to jail unless.
Yeah, but you need a middleman to deal with justice issues. So that is a justification for the government. But we're talking about the household and the household, being able to function and being provided for and taken care of, and staying together or whatever. Like she's talking about the government coming in and taking on the role of like the man of the house, as far as helping, like paying the bills and keeping structure and order and so forth.
Yeah. Enforcing rules and all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of scary right there. Like, that's not optimum circumstance. Let me read this. Dr. Boyce Watkins posted this. His caption says, "Men should heal and express our emotions, but those emotions should include courage, discipline, tenacity, focus, love, protection, ambition. Don't let a welfare check replace good fathers. Fatherless homes are part of the reason so many young people end up in horrible situations." Let me read some comments. Dang, this is Immortal Technique. He says, "No, they need men to be ruthless, in shape, and ready to go to World War III when this shit pops off in a few years. But this fits another narrative, LOL." I think I get what Immortal Technique was saying, because like I don't like where this is leading, like what the reason. She's saying a good thing, but it has a malicious intent.
Yeah, they didn't want to give all the real information, and you can kind of tell what's happening just from the basics. But for some it may not be quite as clear. So yeah, I mean that's I mean, because all right, welfare is just like taking care of the family or giving them a child support check, or something to be able to at least supplement some of the stuff that they got to deal with. The the other part is just dealing with these people, these young kids that's unruly and out of control. Somebody got to come and whoop their ass.
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says, "I agree with your caption, not this lady talking about the feminization of men. Whatever her image of a real man is, probably incorrect still. Emotions aren't feminine traits. Men should be emotionally intelligent and strong and warriors and leaders and loving and kind and human. There's a balance that we should be exhibiting. Great comment.
Yeah, and that's the point that I'm making. But if you're not getting the right order in your town, you might have to whoop a few asses to let everybody else know you don't mind whooping a few asses. You know, get back in order.
Yeah.
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 Let me see. I have the one more I want to do before we go because I'm gonna wrap it after this. This is Tate. Wait, is this on Tate? Hold on. What is this one first? Because I don't remember what this one is.
Andrew Tate has been arrested.
Yeah, but he's out, so he's got some comments. I got that clip. But what is this? Hold on.
What's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? I don't know, probably 50%. I think it's pretty high. Like government frames people all the time. Like if we've seen anything out of like any of the leaks from, the way that they tried to, fuck with Martin Luther King and people like that. Yeah, absolutely. The government fucks with people. Yeah, it's Romania. Okay, so brothers, what's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? I don't know.
So the internet's mad at this guy for these comments. This is No Jumper. It says Osman Gold gets backlash for making the comparison between Andrew Tate and MLK Jr. One comment, it says that's completely disrespectful. Another comment, he says he's not comparing the two. He gave an example of the government framing the people who go against the grain. So let me go to the Tate. He has some comments about it, and that's what he's gonna say, that they're framing me. I don't believe that. It's like conspiracy theory. I don't think so. Let me see. Let's play it. It's only 30 seconds. We're gonna wrap after this.
They're gonna put me in jail because I'm too influential. They're like, oh, who's this guy? And they've tried to get me to sell my soul. I'm not going to give too many stories, but on multiple occasions, they've tried to get me to sign contracts and offer me a bunch of money to shut up and agree to this and agree to that. And I won't do it. So now they're sitting there going, okay, there's this person with massive influence, perhaps the most influential man in the world. We've offered him to sell his soul so we can control him. He won't do it. He can influence things massively. He is a wild card. What do we do about this person? And we sit and go, okay, well, if I carry on the trajectory I'm carrying on, they're going to put me in jail because I'm too influential. They're like, oh, who's this guy? And they've tried to get me to sell my soul. I'm not going to give too many stories, but on multiple occasions, they've tried to get me to sign contracts and offer me a bunch of money to shut up and agree to this and agree to that. And I won't do it. So now they're sitting there going, okay, there's this person with massive influence, perhaps the most influential man in the world. We've offered him to sell his soul so we can control him. He won't do it. He can influence things massively. He is a wild card. What do we do about this person?
He said possibly the most influential man in the world. I thought these were comments after he got out of jail. I didn't watch this clip, but I thought that's what the clip said. But this is something from before this happened. And there's a few interviews of him saying something like this. And they're saying it's like he's predicting it or whatever. Build Your Empire was the post on this from Instagram. Their caption is, so what are your thoughts about this? Is it a lie or is he the liar?
I don't know. I don't follow the guy. Don't even really know. When my son told me Thursday night that Andrew Tate was arrested, I'm like, who the fuck is Andrew Tate?
That shit had me laughing. It was so many posts on Instagram where people were like, who is Andrew Tate? I didn't know who he was until Gretchen fucking, burned him on the internet. That's so funny to me. I knew who he was because I'm an internet person. I be on the internet all the damn time. So he's an internet. He pops up all over the place. I don't follow the guy, but he pops up all around my timeline every now and then. So, let me read a comment. It says, people actually think authorities had no idea where his home was until a pizza box gave it away. Give me an effing break. Well, I mean, I don't know why you want to think that that is so complex or conspiracy theory-ish, because, I mean, hey, like they use the internet to find people all the damn time. People be posting, they be doing their live streams and posting their damn Instagrams and TikToks and Facebooks, and then the cops come and pick them up. It happens all the time. It's not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
This comment says, the delusion, the narcissism are astounding. Another one, it says, play stupid games. I'm sure it says win stupid prizes. I can't see the rest. Yeah, win stupid prizes. Another comment says, how do people on Epstein's list not get arrested, but this guy does? That's what a lot of the internet is doing. They're making these kind of arguments, you know, really kind of downplay whatever is going on with this guy. I mean, I get what they're saying about Epstein, but then that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about Tate, like, and whatever he did. You know, it's like, okay, so some people, what you're saying is it's okay for some people to sex traffic or whatever and not others. It's like, well, if they didn't get those guys, then you got to let these guys go. Is that your logic? That's just the people that are fans of this guy. They just, like, they're fanatic with this guy and they don't care. Like, they don't want to, you know, believe. Maybe it's not true. Maybe he didn't do anything, whatever. But, you know, his fans are like, you know, it's a conspiracy theory. And because that's what he's saying anyways. What you gonna say?
Oh, shit. I didn't know what the hell was going on with him or why he even got arrested.
Yeah, it's a story, shit. We talked about it on the other show, but yeah.
They might genuinely want to get rid of him.
It's all good.
Yeah, man, I'm tired, bro. We just crossed over 4 hours on the show, so I need to wrap it. That's gonna be a large file for me to download.
Shit, I'm like, yeah, I done quit driving, laying down now. Shit, that damn sleep hitting my ass.
All right, man. So peace and love, y'all. Get y'all some rest, and we'll be back next week. Peace.
Peace and love. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Put one